be able to come up. And by the way, you should be able to actually like watch this back if you're like, hey, did he say something or did I say something
Oh,
or
tight
whatever.
shit, tight
Yeah.
shit, tight shit. I
Yeah.
hear you.
But anyways, we're live on YouTube. We got OGK Fine Boy who's up
Hey, fine
here.
boy.
And what was your question?
It was did Abraham Lincoln exist?
Abraham Lincoln, yes.
How do we know he existed
We
though?
have pictures of him and his descendants.
Hmm. So we don't have pictures of Jesus and his descendants. What his
Do you think Jesus had children?
no, not his descendants, but like
Well, that's what we have
his
for Abraham
followers.
Lincoln is we have descendants. Like literal DNA descendants where we're able to actually trace the DNA back to a common ancestor. And that ancestor would be Abraham Lincoln. Also, we have pictures of him.
Hmm.
We did not have cameras at the time of Jesus, and we also don't have him with any like DNA descendants. So those are two reasons why we can say that Abraham Lincoln existed, but not Jesus.
So you're saying because we have pictures, because they have pictures of Abraham Lincoln
Yeah, I mean,
and
you
his
asked me about
descendants,
Abraham Lincoln, and I answered you
right?
how we know he existed. Yeah.
So I feel like Jesus existed. I mean, it's just that people don't believe that like the miracles that he performed was actually accurate, but I believe
Right.
that he existed.
Okay. So what evidence convinced you that he existed 2,000 years ago?
How science backed it up, like how science backed up the Bible, like from how they found chariots under the Red Sea, Mount Sinai,
There's wheels
even
that you can find in the middle of the Mississippi River. That doesn't mean that cars drove across it.
chariots, like
No, I
under the
understand.
Red Sea.
I
I'm talking
understand.
about like
So not only did the grandson of the person who actually, I think it was his son actually, of the person who actually found those things, which is Ron Wyatt, or claimed to have found those things in the 90s
Mhm.
or late 80s, say that Ron Wyatt planted those things. But on top of that, the spokes themselves do not match up with what we have from that time period of what Egyptian wheels actually looked like. And again, I want to reiterate, just because you find wheels in like a body of water does not mean that there was a chariot or something like that that went through it. One wheel, which is pictured, does not suddenly mean that there was a bunch of chariots
I don't.
chasing after Israelites through the Red Sea. That doesn't make any sense. You can find
It wasn't
tires
just.
in the Mississippi River. That doesn't mean that there were cars that went through them.
I'm not saying it was just more than just that though. I mean,
No,
even with
there's
Mount
only
Sinai,
one picture of a wheel, and that wheel doesn't even match up with the spokes and everything like that from like what we have from hieroglyphics from that time of wheels. So no, one wheel that doesn't even match up with that time period did not suddenly mean that a bunch of chariots during that time period went through the water or went through the land there whenever the water was split. It's not a thing. Also, the person who claimed it was said to have
Mhm.
planted the wheel. On top of that, he was debunked for everything else that he said. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense that this would be the one thing that he got.
Yeah, because I was saying it was more than one wheel. It was
There's
a whole
no,
a chariot, not just like a whole chariot. It was more than
no,
just that. Like,
no,
hold on,
no. You're talking about
and
Ron
then
Wyatt,
Mount
and it's just a
Sinai.
picture
Like,
of.
another
So
thing? Can you
listen,
explain?
listen. You're talking about Ron Wyatt, and it's just a picture of one wheel. It is not a picture of an entire chariot. That's not true.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of do more research. Oh, another thing is, I want to say Mount Sinai. Can you even explain that too? Like how they explain how Moses when he went to go talk to God on the mountain. And I'm sorry, hold on. I gotta speak. Can you sit down, please? Please, ma'am. Yeah, Mount Sinai. What else? And they did found the DNA of Jesus is that it was missing a Y chromosome.
Yeah, no. What lab did he take it to?
It was hold on. It was
He never
I think
says.
it was
Again, you're all three of these claims: Red Sea, blood of Jesus, being tested in a lab, and Mount Sinai. This is all from Ron Wyatt. Again, he's actually a nurse anesthesiologist. He's not a scientist or an archaeologist at all. He just kind of went over to the Middle East and started claiming he found a whole bunch of shit. Like, I'm not even
what's his
kidding. He's
name?
been
Wait,
debunked
what's his name
pretty easily.
again?
Ron Wyatt.
Ron Wyatt. How you
Yes.
spell it?
The last name is Wyatt. He died in about 98 or 99. Like he's been debunked. Like literally all of his claims are debunked.
That's great. I never heard of this guy.
That's the guy who you're claiming and
That's
talking
named
about.
Ron Wyatt of discovering. Hold on, okay, hold on.
Like all three of your claims have been specifically from one guy, and I just told you the name of the guy.
Ron Wyatt. I ain't gonna lie, he like some bullshit. But yeah, it's certain shit that science proven. I'm like really big on. I love science. I'm really big on science, and I was thinking to myself like,
Well, if you're
damn.
really big on science, you should not be anywhere close to Ron Wyatt. Ron Wyatt, in no way, shape, or form, is a
That's
real
what I'm saying.
person
I
or
don't
whoever
even.
he
That's
found
like
this
when you
kind of
bring
shit.
him up. Yeah, that's like when you bring him up. I'm like, who the fuck is Ron Wyatt?
Yeah, well, it's because you've been told this by people who didn't tell you their source, because they know that if they told you their source, you'd look into it and you'd see that it's bullshit. Like, you've just heard it being
Mm-hmm.
talked about. You probably saw maybe a YouTube or TikTok video or something like that saying, "Oh, this is the stuff that we found in the Red Sea, or we found Mount Sinai, or we found Jesus' blood," that kind of thing. But they never gave their
Mm-hmm.
source for it. Again, I have no problem with you wanting to scientifically fact check the Bible. In no way,
Yeah,
shape, or form do
yeah,
I
I
have a
like the.
problem with that. In fact, please do. You will find that it doesn't line up with actual science. But nevertheless, because it's like mythology. But nevertheless, these claims that you hear on these things, always be sure to ask, where did you get that? Like, where did this person hear that? All three of those things came back from one Wyatt. You probably heard those claims all from, I'd say, probably the same video. Either that or the same channel or something like that, or channels that are very similar to each other, because it's all from one source. It's Ron Wyatt. And again, he's debunked like very easily.
Yeah, because I look at it like, yeah, I'm like Ron Wyatt, but other videos and stuff is like from YouTube and stuff like from science and everything. Like, who else? Who I follow on YouTube? But Ron Wyatt, yeah, I don't know who the fuck Ron Wyatt is until
Yeah,
you
he's
just
just
told me.
he's just the source of all those crazy claims. And so people just repeat them, and it kind of sounds like it's their own, sort of, kind of, but it's really just them pulling from Ron Wyatt stuff. He never mentions. He says what he says is that he went into
Mm-hmm.
the Garden Tomb, which is one of 3 tombs in Jerusalem that say that they're where Jesus was actually laid. There's no evidence of that whatsoever, but he went into the Garden Tomb, which is the last one of these 3 to be found. He goes in, I believe. He goes in, and then he ends up. He digs a hole, like a shaft, into like under the or behind the tomb.
Mm-hmm.
And the people that own the tomb, the Garden Tomb
Right.
Association, they allowed for him to do this, and they were there, like staff members were there while he was digging into this excavated shaft there. So what he ended up doing was, he said he went into the shaft and found the Ark of the Covenant, took pictures, and every time it came back, the pictures came out, they came out blurry because God was protecting it. And then he said that he looked above the Ark of the Covenant and found some blood, and was able to like scrape up that blood, took it to a lab,
Ain't
and that's when he
wait,
says
wait,
these
wait, wait,
claims.
wait, hold on. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, that do sound retarded, but ain't the Ark of the Covenant is like the was it when it's like in the Bible that it's like
Dude,
you couldn't
can we
go near
please
it or you
continue
couldn't
the
even.
conversation? If you want to continue the conversation,
I'm sorry.
you gotta apologize for saying the R slur, man.
I'm sorry.
You really got to cut that out, man. Like, just say ridiculous instead. Like, it means the same thing, and it's kind of close, but just cut that out of your vocabulary.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sorry. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It was like the Ark of the Covenant, wasn't it like they couldn't go near it or couldn't see it or touch it or something like that? So how his
Well, yeah, that's the concept. So he's saying that when he takes pictures, they come out blurry because God's protecting it or something. I don't know. The point is, he claims that he found this blood, took it to a lab, and they tested it, and then it has like the chromosomes and everything like that you were talking about. But he never
Mhm.
says what lab he takes it to, and no lab has ever said, "Oh, we're the lab he brought it to."
That's diabolical.
Like, he just kind of says some shit. And so later on, people repeat that thing because it sounds
Hmm.
really cool, and it sounds sort of kind of scientific. And I mean, to the point to where somebody who's interested in science like yourself would hear that and go,
Yeah.
"Wow, that's good scientific evidence." I mean, it kind of would be, maybe, I don't know. It sounds scientific, but like, again, it didn't happen. So there's no, like, if we knew what lab it was, they'd keep it on file or something like that. I mean, it was just in the 90s or so.
Yeah.
The Garden Tomb Association, if you go there right now to the Garden Tomb, the place that Protestants believe Jesus was buried, if you go there and say, "Hey, was Ron Wyatt here? Did he find the Ark of the Covenant? Did he find the blood?" They will hand you something in writing that says that we
Mhm.
totally refute every single claim that he has made, because he didn't find, to our knowledge, he didn't find anything, and we were here with him the entire time.
That's crazy.
Like, it's just some claim from some crazy guy that just a lot of people heard and thought it was scientific, thought it was good evidence, and so they've repeated
Hmm.
it until now. But that's just from one guy who never gave us any evidence of what he said.
I'm looking at him now and I'm like, damn, this was like in the 90s. This is old as hell.
Well, I mean, just because it was in the 90s doesn't necessarily mean it's that bad. It
I
also
mean, yeah,
doesn't mean
yeah,
it's old as hell. I mean, I don't know
yeah. I
what's going
mean,
on there. But like, still, it's just the fact that it was back then, and we still don't have any evidence of it. Like, no lab for the last like 30 years has ever come out and said, "Hey, we're the lab that tested Jesus's blood. We're the lab that confirmed that Jesus was, or this blood was X, Y, and Z." That would be really, really
right.
good.
Yeah, I get you. Like, yeah, they not backing up his claim.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel you. Yeah,
I mean, if
I'm
he
like,
just gave us the name of it, that would be good, but he never does. He just says, I took it to a lab.
hmm. Thank you, my guy. I really, yeah, I'm sitting here looking at this guy like, and said they debunked him. A lot of people debunked him.
Yeah, it's again, if it sounds honestly, if it if it sounds too good to be true, it
Uh-huh.
probably is. Realizing that the Bible, both the Old Testament and the New Testament, is mythology, it should tell you that if we find any scientific proof of really anything in the Bible, like especially some of the more miraculous claims or the more miraculous stories,
Hmm.
scientific proof, that doesn't even really make a lot of sense. Like, you should automatically, a red flag should go up and be like, let me take a look at this, let me actually dive into this. Because the whole blood claim is the idea that Jesus was born of a virgin. All right. So
Hmm.
as soon as somebody says we have scientific evidence of this, you should go, from where? Whenever you hear about Mount Sinai, the claim is that like God came down in a pillar of fire, or not a pillar of fire, but like a cloud of fire and smoke and everything around the top of Mount Sinai. So that's a miraculous claim. You should immediately think, okay, we should have really good evidence of this, and we don't. It comes from the same guy. For the parting of the Red Sea, we should have really
Hmm.
good evidence of that, not just like one wheel, and we don't. And it comes from that one guy. So my advice to you, if you're into science, which it sounds like you are, whenever you hear someone say we have scientific evidence for a miraculous thing in the Bible, something supernatural, immediately you should go, let me see the proof, please. Like, let me actually see the source. Like,
Right.
if someone said we had like scientific evidence for like something mundane, like the existence of Paul or something,
Hmm.
like that would, okay, that seems reasonable. Just a guy existing or something like that. Like, yeah. Now, I'm saying that Paul didn't exist, but if you heard somebody say we have scientific evidence for it, that the existence of a person, okay, that's fine. I mean, obviously you should look into it. Any kind of claim, you should dive into it.
Because I had to look
But it
into
doesn't
what, like,
sound
when the
crazy. But what
yeah.
sounds crazy is we
Mhm.
have scientific evidence of somebody being born of a virgin 2,000 years ago. What? Where did that come from?
They said, wait, scientific evidence of someone being born 2,000 years ago. That
No,
does.
scientific evidence of somebody being born of a virgin 2,000 years ago. That's what they're saying the blood is, because it
Mm,
only has like a certain number of chromosomes, which would indicate that like it didn't come from a man or something.
yeah, it's like was it does it was missing. I think like the X chromosome, and then
No,
only
it's
like the Y.
it's XY, but I just, the claim doesn't really make a lot
Oh
of
yeah.
sense. Blood doesn't work that way, but it's saying that it had all the chromosomes from Mary, but only one from Jesus, or only one from God, and it was a Y. It, the way that they describe it sounds scientific, but that wouldn't even make a human. It would it, Jesus would not have been able to function. Like, he would have been like a he
Go
wouldn't have
ahead.
been born correctly. Like, it
Like
wouldn't have made any
disabled,
sense.
like a disability or
Yeah,
something like
yeah, he
that.
would have been like insanely disabled or something like that. Like, it would have been like he
That's
wouldn't have
yeah.
been
It
able
was
to
was
walk.
Bro, you can't
the
prove that Jesus not existed either, bro.
Say what? Oh, okay.
That
Someone
you
else is talking.
cannot prove that.
I assume that wasn't you. The
no, that
person was
wasn't me.
talking.
It was
Okay, okay, okay. But
yeah.
anyways, that being said, keep digging, keep searching, keep listening as well if you can.
Hold on, it was another thing with
But
the president, the Russian president, where he found like I think it was like because I had to do research on that too, like where he found like a vault and it had like pictures
yeah,
of yeah.
Putin.
You hear about that?
What?
Yeah, he found like pictures, like it was like a vault. It was a deep vault, and they found like pictures of Jesus and everything. I kid you not.
In Russia?
Yes, it
Why
was
would it
the
be in Russia?
Bro, I kid you not. Look it up, bro. It was a couple years ago, actually.
All right.
Dead ass. I was like,
that doesn't
wait,
make
what?
any sense. That's not even close to the
Bro,
air. Like, how did he? What?
Bro, yes, bro. That's what. But I sound just like you, bro. I was like, what? The Russian president had found like old, like old treasures of Jesus and shit, bro. I kid you not.
I don't know how to. I don't know how to respond to that because that's the most ridiculous claim I think I've ever heard in my life.
Hold on, if I can, hold on, I'm gonna show you. Found.
That wouldn't make any sense. I don't even know what you're talking. Is this a thing that like?
I kid you, it was a vault that they was digging over there, and it was like pictures of how Jesus really looked. And the president had like a picture of him and everything.
Okay,
It was not like
okay,
it was
okay,
like a
okay.
portrait,
So
like a
this
painting.
is the best I'm getting here. Let me pull this up here. So I searched for Putin finds treasures of Jesus. It says he did not discover the treasures or a real photograph of Jesus, obviously. Instead, this claim stems from a viral social media misinformation. The online rumor stems from the heavily manipulated, dark and grainy video accompanied by a fake English voiceover. The viral post false claim that Putin opened an ancient vault to reveal secret religious icons proving that Jesus was black. Fact checkers from organizations like Reuters and PolitiFact have thoroughly debunked these claims. All that it is he opens a wooden triptych box. He presents a traditional Russian Orthodox icon to military commanders. The artwork is a replica of Savior not made by hands, which is a canonical representation of Jesus Christ, historically used as a protective banner of the Russian military. It's purchased from a private collector in the United States, not dug up in an ancient treasure vault. So no, it's just
that was like that was like a.
So
couple
it sounds
years ago.
like to me that you've kind of got onto that part of YouTube or that part of TikTok where you've kind of been fed a lot of stories about things, but they're kind of just someone's either pulling your leg or trying to deceive.
It sounded iffy. I had to do like the research on it. Like what?
Yeah.
Like over there in Russia? That's crazy. Russia?
It doesn't make any sense anyways. Why would it be in Russia? But point is, the point is just be all about science. That's fine. But the thing about science is questioning things. You ask questions. Keep asking questions.
That's all right. That's what the man was like. Like Russia, how they found a black Jesus over there in Russia? I kid you not. I was like, what?
Yeah. So, anyways, that being said, I need to get to some other guests. Thank you very much for coming up. But keep asking questions, man. Keep asking questions. All right. That was OGK Findboy there, guys. OGK Findboy. Who ultimately was not a bad guest. Not a bad guest. You just gotta ask some questions. Not a bad guest. I enjoyed having him on. Okay, really fast. If you're on YouTube, you can definitely click the link in the chat. I take guests over on TikTok. YouTube does not allow for me to do that. It doesn't have a way to do that. So if you want to come up as a guest, click the link there in the chat. Come over to TikTok, and I'll bring you up. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to, that's perfectly fine. Send a super chat, and I will read it out loud and respond to it. If you've got some evidence for Jesus, or if you have a question for me, or just want to say that I look like a douchebag, that's perfectly fine. Or if you want to come up and say, oh, hey, you look great today. I like the hat. That's fine too. Now, that being said, $9.99 there from Created for Us Super Chat. Thank you very, very much. Said, hey, if you're a Christian, we should pray that their hearts may come to believe. The Lord answers when we pray together. And then I think a thumbs up or something, or maybe, I don't know, thumbs up, and then 100. Are you talking about if I'm a Christian, or are you just saying that? I think you're just kind of posting it to everybody. Okay. Well, go ahead. That's perfectly fine with me. All right. Orlando Flores 0350.
Hey man, what's up?
Hey, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, I like the advice you gave. Always ask questions. And you're making a statement that Jesus and Paul never existed.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, who do you believe existed in that era?
Pilate.
So you think Pontius Pilate existed at that time?
Yes.
But we have less documented historian evidence
No.
about him than we have about Jesus.
We
That's
do
not true?
No, it's not true.
Okay. Have you heard of Josephus?
Yep, and
Is
Pilate
he
has
fake?
mentioned
Is
Josephus.
he a fake? Is he a fake historian?
I don't think so.
So he talks about Jesus. Is he lying?
Unfortunately, he is interpolated into in a couple different books of his by later Christians.
So
So he didn't actually write the parts about Jesus that is added in by a guy named Eusebius, writing a little over 200 years after the death of
so
Josephus.
Savius is also a historian. Would he not be?
I mean, kind of,
Or-
but he's in
or-
the early 4th century. He's commissioned by Constantine to write a history for the
It
church,
sounds-
and he's an
it's-
admitted liar as well.
So it sounds like you're picking and choosing
Not
in
really.
favor to your argument. Yes, you are.
No.
Because
No.
because if Josephus is a reputable historian, nobody has anything against his historical
Yeah,
writings.
as long as Josephus wrote
You're-
it, then I'd accept it as
Right,
Josephus
but so
wrote
it
it.
sounds like you're picking and choosing though.
I'm not picking and choosing. I'm determining what parts
Yes,
are written
you are.
by.
Nobody has refuted anything he has written about history.
That's not
But
true
you
at all.
are. Yes, it is true.
No, because at the beginning of that book you're quoting from,
All
it
right,
talks about
for argument's
Hercules.
sake,
Do you think
let
that
me-
Hercules
let me
existed?
give you- Let me give you the
Do you
argument
think that
you are
Hercules
right.
existed?
It doesn't matter. We talking
Okay,
about
it's
Jesus.
it's a yes or no question, and you're going to answer it, or I'm going to move on to somebody
It's-
else.
it's
Do
a-
you think that
it's a
Hercules
no.
existed? Yes or no?
No.
Okay,
No.
sweet. So that would be you disputing or trying to refute what Josephus talked about as far as history goes. So you just did it. You literally just did what you said no one has done.
That's gaslighting. You're gaslighting because
That's
we're not talking about.
gaslighting. I don't think you know what that
We're
word
not
means.
talking about Hercules.
That
All right,
being
let me-
said, no,
for argument's sake-
Josephus
for
talks about
argument's sake-
Hercules
for
at the beginning
argument's
of
sake-
Antiquities of the Jews. You're saying
For
that he
argument's sake,
talks
I'm going to
about-
give you the right. I'm going to give.
You have now been muted because you're kind of being a little annoying anyways. The point is, Josephus talks about Hercules at the beginning of Antiquities of the Jews, the book and the person that you were quoting from, all right, when you say that he talks about Jesus. That being said, if you think that Hercules did not exist, then unfortunately you would be saying Josephus is not writing a real history. Fair enough. Every once in a while, people are kind of dumb. Every once in a while, people kind of say stupid shit. That's fine. That's okay. Especially when it's not something that's even remotely close to the time that he was supposedly alive. This is Josephus. Now, when it comes to Jesus, the passage that you're talking about, the Testimonium Flavianum, most likely, is something that is added in by a later author, and we can tell using a myriad of different ways. So Josephus didn't actually write that. So I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Even if he did write it, that doesn't necessarily mean it happened per se, because you disagree with the Hercules thing. But I'm saying he didn't even write that. There's a big difference here. Big difference. And you're not really understanding it. But that being said, I'm not picking and choosing. I'm analyzing the text and I'm trying to determine whether or not it is authentic to this author. And if it was authentic to Josephus, I would have to approach it as such. But it's not authentic to Josephus, so I don't have to worry about it. It's something from a later Christian author who is an admitted liar 200 years later. I don't care. It doesn't
All right.
really matter.
So for argument's sake, I'm going to give you that one because it's clearly that you're trying to run away from the argument.
No,
I'm going to give you that argument.
no, I'm not running away from it. I just explained it.
Agree to disagree. No, because nobody
agree to
nobody
disagree
agrees
on
with
what?
your conclusion. On your conclusion.
My confusion of what?
On your conclusion.
On my conclusion. My conclusion of what?
Yes.
What did I say?
I don't have to repeat it. You're
we can't
gaslighting.
agree
You're
to. That's
you're
not
trying to avoid the
gaslighting.
argument.
It's not gaslighting. That's not what that
Okay,
is.
so,
You keep
so
using that
let's
term.
agree to disagree. Let's bring another argument. Let's bring
Agree
another
to
argument.
disagree on
Let's bring
what?
another argument.
On what?
On on what I said and what you said. Let's
But
just
you
do
don't
it like
even
that.
know what I said. So how do you know you disagree with it?
I did say I did know what you said.
Okay,
You're
well then what
trying
did
to
I say?
prolong the argument.
What did I say?
You're saying that the stuff that Josephus wrote was not him; it was somebody else. But
Okay.
everybody else
Do
disagreed
you?
with you.
No.
You
No, they
are you a
don't.
historian? Are you a historian?
Yes.
All right, so bring documents that state what you're saying.
Kenneth
Bring your
Olson.
sources.
Kenneth Olson. Even Christian scholars acknowledge
Okay,
that.
bring it on the screen.
Okay, so
Bring it
the
on the
Testimonium Flavianum has been interpolated into Even Christian scholars
And how
acknowledge.
old and how no Christian scholars don't acknowledge none of this, bro.
Yeah, they do.
You're making stuff. All right, so for argument's sake, what year are we on?
Okay, so we're not going to pivot. It sounds like you want to run away from it.
No,
Here's
I'm
the
not
Testimonium
saying- I'm not
Flavianum
saying-
right here. And it says that it's probably the most discussed passage in Josephus. There is broad consistency. States there is broad consensus among scholars regarding the nature of the authentic original reference to Jesus in the Testimonium, as well as on what the passage would look like without the interpolations. Broad consensus acknowledges interpolations. So you are incorrect.
All right. So who influenced Josephus to lie as a historian?
Let's see. And by the way, the person who said this, this is James Dunn.
Yes, sir.
James Dunn. Listen, I'm still addressing here.
You're
James
so
Dunn.
ignorant.
Now,
No, you're
James
not.
Dunn
You're
literally
not.
works. He's known for his new perspective on Paul here. Biblical studies. He is a New Testament scholar who, for many years, is the Lightfoot professor of divinity at the Department of Theology at the University of Durham. He broadly worked within the Methodist tradition, and was a member of the Church of Scotland and the Methodist Church of Great Britain during his life. So he's dead now, but the point is, this is a literal Christian New Testament scholar who is saying there are interpolations into the text. So what do you have to say to that? Somehow you've muted yourself. I didn't even mute you. Or maybe it was a mod. I have no idea. Well, what do you have to say about the fact that here I pulled up a literal Christian New Testament scholar who says there are interpolations?
I said let's agree to disagree.
No. Listen.
No.
You said let us agree. Okay, now you muted again. All right. You said let's agree to disagree because you believed that my conclusion that's been interpolated into is wrong. All right? And you asked for proof. You asked for proof that scholars talk about this, that Christian scholars acknowledge this. And I pulled up a Christian scholar, a personally Christian scholar, who said it's been interpolated into. So, please, explain how you're going to disagree with the fact that there's people who think it's been interpolated into when I showed you evidence that people think it's been interpolated into.
Let me ask you a question. When somebody does an investigation of a crime, do they go for the very first?
All right. So you're not addressing the question. I'm asking you to please show
Dude,
how we
I don't
can
have
disagree.
to agree
Okay.
with.
I'm not saying you have to agree with me necessarily. I'm just needing you to acknowledge that Christian scholars know that it has been interpolated into.
I don't want to agree to that because I have to look at the source myself. I don't trust
You asked me for the source and I showed it to you. You literally asked me to show it to you.
You're-
If you
you're
didn't trust
literally
me, then
the
why did
only
you want me to
person-
show it to you?
Because you're the only person.
If you didn't trust me, then why did you ask me to show it to you?
I'm telling you right now why, and you're not letting me talk.
Okay, just address that question. If you
reason-
didn't trust me, why did you ask me to show it to you?
Because I wanted to see what other lies he was gonna bring out.
Okay, so
And
you think it is a lie that this guy right here, you think he lied, or you think I'm lying when I'm showing you what
I
he's
think
saying?
you're lying. I think you're lying because nobody thinks that Josephus is not a reputable historian. Nobody does.
I didn't
Nobody.
say that. That wasn't what was being questioned.
Right, but nobody questions his historical evidence, his historical writings about Jesus.
What you disagreed with earlier when you said agree to disagree was whether or not people acknowledge that he had been interpolated into. That's what you would agree to disagree to.
No, I agree that he's a historian, and you agree that he was a historian. Then you So
again,
he wrote about
what were you
Jesus.
disagreeing then? What were we agreeing to disagree then?
That Josephus, who happens to be a historian, wrote about Jesus.
No, that's not at all what we were disagreeing on.
No, I know we're not disagreeing about that. I'm telling you the statement. I'm telling you what actually happened. You're just telling me what you think happened because you're picking and choosing.
Then let me ask you this
that you
question.
did not accept.
Do you acknowledge that even Christian scholars know that passage from Josephus has been messed with or edited? Do
No.
you acknowledge that? Okay.
No.
So
No.
how do you address what I showed you? How do you address this?
Simple.
Mm-hmm.
For an investigation, you need more than one evidence. You only show me one evidence. So
This says there's broad consensus. Is that more than one evidence?
No. Let me explain to you how it works. When you do an investigation, you don't go for the first evidence. You gotta have several evidence. So I told you, let's agree to disagree.
All right,
because
let's
I
go
have
above it
other
really
questions.
fast then. This isn't from James Dunn. This is from 5 different sources.
No, I don't want to
Listen. Okay.
I don't want to go through.
All right, you've been muted now. You don't want to go through it because you told me that we shouldn't go to just one, and then I'll say, okay, well then let's go to more than one. Now you don't want to go through it because you know that there's more than one. You know that you're going to get your ass kicked, so you don't want to do it. So that's all that works.
I'm not.
Right? Please be quiet. All right. So when it
let me ask you another question.
Hey, okay, listen. You're going to have to stay quiet because we're talking here, or I'm showing you something. It says, since the late 20th century, the general consensus is held that the testimony is partially authentic, and in that an authentic nucleus referencing to the life of Jesus was original to Josephus. So partially authentic means it's been edited, correct? Correct? That's a question. You can unmute to answer that question. Partially authentic means it's been edited.
Sure, but that doesn't say he didn't exist. It doesn't say he did not exist.
I'm aware.
Okay, so
but we're trying to figure out. Listen.
Of Jesus.
Listen. So please answer the question. Does partially authentic mean it has been edited?
I did, bro. Yes. That doesn't mean he did not exist.
Okay. So because of the fact that I've shown you multiple sources that show that it has been edited. Okay. So, would you agree that even Christian scholars acknowledge that passage has been edited?
Yes. What? Okay. That doesn't prove that he did not exist, bro. That doesn't prove it.
Sweet. So, if it has been edited, then what parts do you think are authentic, and how did you determine that?
Dude, this is like saying Michael Jordan had 3 rings, and somebody edited later on and said, no, he actually has 6. So Michael Jordan did not exist because, the sources have been edited. That's stupid.
So what parts do you think are authentic, and what parts do you think are not authentic, and how did you decide?
The fact that he existed. The fact that he existed is authentic.
Okay,
I don't care what else they can say.
How did you determine that was authentic to Josephus?
Because they're talking about it.
Okay.
Because they're talking about it, bro. It's logic.
Okay, so they're able to confirm that some of it is not actually from Josephus, but other things you say are from him because it's in there? All of it's in there, even the parts that you think are not authentic.
Yes, we're talking about edited, not added. We're talking about edited, not
What kind of edits
added.
do you think they're talking about?
I don't know. Maybe he didn't rose from the dead. Maybe he never died.
It says right here,
Maybe
it tells you what type of edit it would be. It's called an interpolation. What is an interpolation?
It doesn't matter.
No, what is an interpolation?
Tell me where it says he never existed. Tell me where it says he never existed.
What is an interpolation? What is an interpolation?
Tell me where in the writings. Tell me where in the writings.
All right, we're going to have to try this again. What is an interpolation? I want you to tell me what an interpolation is.
Dude, go straight to the...
Okay. What is an interpolation? Just give me the definition of the word, or say
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. Tell me.
An interpolation is someone adding to a text that it already exists. The fact that it is talking about edits. Okay, listen. No, you were trying to say that it wasn't added. All right, you said edits, not add. All right, but that was the type of edit. No, listen. If I mute you, by the way, until I tell you to unmute, stay muted. All right, I want to continue the conversation, but you're going to have to show some respect to the fact that I am the host, and I'm going to explain things to you. And the fact that you don't know what they mean, that means that you need to be quiet until I'm done explaining it. All right. All right. You have been muted. Do not unmute, or you will be disconnected. All right. See you later. Okay. So an interpolation is an addition to a text that has already been around. All right. This is the type of edit that even Christian scholars acknowledge has happened to Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews. All right. The issue that I have is specifically with how they have determined that certain parts are authentic while other parts aren't. And the only real way that they do that is they kind of go through and say, what would Josephus had said if he did say anything about Jesus? And they just kind of pick and choose. There's no version of Josephus that we have that doesn't include the interpolated issues, at least within Greek. We don't have anything like there's like an Arabic version that's sort of kind of more watered down, and they just kind of said, oh, hey, let's go with this 10th century Arabic version because everything else that we have in Greek that is what Josephus wrote in, going back prior is the parts that we don't like, and so therefore we'll just pick and choose. That's how that works. Or this is how that's unfortunately happened or how it unfolded. So yeah, as far as Josephus goes, it is really, really bad to try to use that as evidence. That's why Bart Ehrman doesn't even really try to do it. Not really. He acknowledges that Josephus writes, but it's definitely in question. They're definitely in question. Okay. Let's see. Again, if you're on YouTube, if you want to come up, you definitely can. Click the link that's in the chat. I take guests on TikTok, or you can send a super chat and I'll respond to it. We've got Orlando coming up here. He's wanting to practice what Jesus said and turning the other cheek so we can get the other side of his ass. Orlando, I want you to tell me right here and right now, or you will get blocked. Oh, give me the definition of the word interpolation.
You already explained it. I don't need to explain it.
Yeah,
we can
exactly.
agree to
I
it.
want to make sure that you heard me and
to
paid
it?
attention.
Can we agree? Can we agree to it?
All right. You have one more opportunity. Otherwise, you will get blocked. It's up to you. You can answer the question or you can get blocked. What is an interpolation?
Yes, you already explained it. Somebody that
Sweet,
adds
so what
to
is
the
it?
text.
So
I already
what?
told you. Somebody that adds to the history events.
Give me an example or a hypothetical.
Look, dude, I
Because
don't know how to
it
explain
sounded
You
it
explained
sounded
perfectly,
close,
and I agree.
but I just want to make sure that you got
I agree. Let's just say this. I agree.
It's not a matter of agreeing at this point now. I just want to make sure that you are actually listening to definitions.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, please give an example of
Somebody
a.
who,
Please give an
somebody
example.
who adds.
Go ahead.
Make it like a complex answer.
What?
Somebody who adds to the text.
Close. An interpolation is what they actually add to a previously existing text. I'll let it slide. The somebody is an interpolator, I guess, but I'll let it slide. All right. So now that we agree that there have been interpolations into the text, I'm asking you now, please explain to me. Can you please explain to me how you determined what parts were authentic to Josephus while other parts weren't? How did you determine that?
Simple. You ready for it?
Yep.
I'm going to give you the answer. Jesus existed. That's it.
So the conclusion?
Is there any argument? Well,
But no, Josephus was your argument for Jesus. So you're saying the reason we know Josephus wrote about it is because of the answer?
No, you asked me what part was
The
not
only reason we're talking about
stipulated or whatever the
Josephus
word.
is because you're saying that Josephus is evidence for Jesus. I said, how do you know Jesus
No.
existed? You said Josephus.
No,
I
that's
said,
not
how do
the-
you know
that's not
Josephus
the-
wrote about Jesus? And you said, because Jesus existed.
Hold on.
Like it's circular
Hold on.
reasoning.
I'm gonna give you exactly what I said. It wasn't what you said. I asked you, do you believe that Josephus is a reputable and credible historian? And you said yes.
Yes,
That's where we
generally.
came to the conclusion. I mean, everybody else disagree with you. Everybody thinks Josephus, and everybody uses Josephus to talk about the history of the first century in those days. Josephus is the guy.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I said generally, yeah, it's fine.
So if somebody comes and say, hey, this and this happened in the first century, how do you know? Because we have historians. Who's
Right,
the
like
number
contemporaries
one
who were there,
historian guy?
Yeah.
Who was the number one historian in that time? Josephus.
I mean,
Nobody
sorta,
has
kinda.
an argument. Nobody has an argument against Josephus. Only you.
I just showed you a Christian scholar who's personally religious who says that he's been edited into, but okay.
Okay, so he's been edited into. What has been edited into?
Why?
What has been
The
added?
Testimonium
or
Fideianum, the piece that talks about Jesus.
So everything in the Jesus, everything about Jesus is added, and everything that was said about Pontius Pilate is legitimate.
Well, considering the fact that he only talks about Jesus supposedly in one paragraph out of a whole bunch of books, and Pilate is mentioned in multiple chapters in multiple books, it's pretty obvious that Pilate was somebody who is legit. On top of that, Pilate is also somebody who lived at the same time, albeit very slight amount of time, but at the same time as Josephus, whereas Jesus would have died prior to Josephus, so he's not even really a contemporary. And we have the Pilate stone that confirms that Pilate existed. And we have Philo of Alexandria, who is mentioned by Josephus, who talks about Pilate and lived at the same time as Pilate. So there's multiple ways to get to Pilate. And again, Josephus is your evidence for Jesus. That's what you're ultimately trying to do. So I'm asking you, how do you know that when it says anything about Jesus, that part in that paragraph that we know has been edited into, how did you determine that the parts about Jesus that like it wasn't all added? How do you know that it wasn't all added?
Let's put it this way, because when you do an investigation, you don't focus on one evidence, right? Will you agree?
Please answer the question. Answer the question.
I don't know that. I don't know what was added. I don't know. All I know is this. This is all I know.
So then if you don't know if it's been added or not, then
there's more, bro.
Okay.
There's more, bro.
Okay.
Chill.
So if you don't know that it's been added, you can't use it as an argument. It's not going to be a good argument.
Yes, I can.
No.
Yes, I can.
Because you don't know what was in there initially.
The only reason I want to move on is because I want to show you that there's more than just that.
Sweet. That's fine, but we can move on. But you're gonna that's fine, but you're gonna have to acknowledge that you can't use Josephus anymore because you don't know.
No, I will use Josephus because everybody considers Josephus a reputable historian, except you.
No, I just showed you a personally religious.
So let me ask you a question.
No, we're doing this again. I showed you a personally religious Christian scholar who says that it has been interpolated into. All
right, let me ask you a question.
No. You got to know how to just be quiet. Listen, we don't have any way to determine that he said jack shit about Jesus in the Testimonium Flavianum. All right? So therefore, you can't use that as an argument because it's just a big question mark at best. All right? So, as long as you acknowledge that you can't use that because it's a big question mark, I will allow for you to continue and move to your next point. Acknowledge that it's a question mark and therefore you can't use it, and we will move on. What would you like to do? Would you like for me to disconnect you because you're not following how this conversation is going to go? Or would you like to acknowledge this very obvious fact that it's a question mark and then we can continue? Which one would you like to do? You can unmute. Would you like to be disconnected, or would you like to admit that it's a question mark?
Right. It's not a fact, but however, for sake of argument, I'm going to give it to you. Because this is an opinion against you and me. This is an opinion basis you and me.
Okay, so it's a big question mark.
No, we can agree to disagree. How about that?
We're not going to agree to disagree that it's a question mark because it absolutely is a question mark.
I don't have to agree. You won. Is that what you want to hear?
It's not a matter of winning. It's a matter of you understanding that you already admitted that you don't know how to pick out which part is real. So therefore, it's not admissible as evidence.
Right. You're right. And we don't know what part is real.
So therefore, you can't admit it as evidence.
However, we do know that his writing is in Josephus. Are we agree on that?
That what writing?
Historian. The writings about Jesus have been documented in Josephus' work.
No,
right?
No.
Yes.
No,
yes.
Are you talking about like the versions we have today? Is that what you're saying?
Two things can be true. One is yes.
All right, now you're acknowledging that like I am correct that this is not admissible, and then you're saying, but we can at least acknowledge it's in there. It's like, no. If we knew it was in there, then it wouldn't be the big question mark. So no, man, you're not coming back up. All right, get to some super chats there. $1.99 says, from No Sleep 612 says, look up allegedly Ian if you believe in God. Yeah, I guess some people over on YouTube are talking about God as if that's the topic today. That's not the topic. We're talking about whether or not Jesus and Paul existed. If you think there's evidence for him, come on up. Click the link that's in the chat. I take guests on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, click the link in the chat or send a super chat. I'll respond to it. $5 there from Lewis. Says, you giving this guy too many chances, just mute him. By the way, hashtag Queef Gang. I thought that we would be able to make it through this entire day without ever having to deal with the queue. And look at that. We've already hit it. We have now reached 380 queues. 380. That we're well over 100 queues per week. That's disgusting. All right, we got somebody else who's coming up here. This is Money Man.
Yeah, what up?
Money Man, what you got?
Yeah, so we have historical facts that they existed.
We have historical facts that they existed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the same way we have historical facts for Christopher Columbus, for Hitler, for
we have pictures of them. Like we have photographs and videos and audio recordings of Jesus and Paul.
nice. So
No, I'm asking you a
yeah,
question.
that's great.
Is that true?
Oh, what do you say?
I'm asking you, do we
yes.
have videos, audio recordings, and pictures of Jesus and Paul?
I'm coming. I'm coming.
No, I'm
I'm
asking
coming.
a question.
I'm coming.
It's a
I'm
yes or no.
coming.
Sweet.
I just said yes.
Okay, we do. All right, so I want you to provide an audio recording of Paul.
Okay. We're obviously not going to find audio recordings.
Okay, so I don't know
people
why
from
you
back
compared. I don't know why you compared them
No,
to
no, no.
somebody
Let
who
me
existed
come.
during
Let me
it.
come.
Okay.
Let me.
All right, Money Man. If you say the word "come" one more time, you're going to go ahead and get blocked. That's just how that works. So I feel like you're already a troll. You probably are because you don't have that many followers. But that being said, if you'd like to continue this conversation, you're gonna have to just directly answer questions. All right. Why did you compare Jesus and Paul to somebody who we do have videos, audio recordings, and pictures of? Why did you
Okay,
compare
so
them?
it's not the level of evidence. It's any evidence, right?
Okay. Well, you said, and I quote, we have facts for them, like we have evidence for them in the same way that we have evidence for, and then you named somebody who existed during the time of video and audio recording.
Okay, so just so I can answer your question properly, how would satisfy you with evidence?
I don't even know what the fuck you're trying to ask. Try it again.
Okay, like what could satisfy you in terms of a hand job? I'm coming.
Sweet.
I'm coming.
Do you have any other evidence for Jesus or Paul? No? All right. Let's see. Prototype 1619 there on YouTube said, what made you think Queef wouldn't show up? Well, honestly, I thought maybe that like it just kind of had quieted down and we'd be able to just kind of move on from it. It's like, but no. Of course someone's got to be dragging it back. This is a dead horse, everybody. Oh, man. The only thing worse than beating a dead horse is betting on one. Thank you, Matt Thiessen. All right. So, let's see. No, Naz. Nope. If you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. I'd like to hear from you. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
Hey.
I'm coming.
Yeah. I just figured it was the same guy. All right. Let's see. Should we give Orlando Flores another chance? Should we? Should we give him another chance? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. No, people are saying no. Nope. All right. Enough people said no. I get it. For the plot. Yeah, nah. Zach's the only one who's like, yeah. All right. Tiny Science. What? Tiny Science was up here. There you go. Tiny Science. What you got, man?
I just wanted to say that queefs will never stop.
You feel pretty good about yourself?
I just wanted to let you know. It's inevitable. Queefs are inevitable.
Unless you're celibate. Right?
That won't stop them.
Tiny Science is like, no, it's not going to stop
There's
me.
nothing that can stop them. Yeah, sorry.
All right. Well, I hope you guys.
No.
I didn't even hear the music for that one. I hope you guys enjoyed Tiny Science here, because Tiny Science's time on this panel has come to an end. Is there anything else that you'd like to add other than your announcement?
Yeah, I appreciate everything you do, Jaron. You're doing great work. I love your face, and that's a wonderful hat you're wearing.
Oh, well, thank
you. Queefs will never stop. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful day.
Pull the lever, Grunk.
My God. What a man. What a man. All right. Let's see. $5 there from Cocard, there on YouTube, says Marcion, Polycarp, etc. were Greek Anatolians. Pliny mentions early Christians in Pontus. Why then invent Jesus as Jewish? Why care about Old Testament at all? Good question. Because that area, especially that area there in Asia Minor and whatnot, is where the Christians are, but they end up getting an influx of Jewish thought and Jewish people, Jewish culture and theology and whatnot, post Bar Kokhba revolt. Because in the 130s, in 136, Emperor Hadrian banishes Jewish people from Judea, renaming it Syria Palestina, and driving them into the surrounding regions. This would bring into the areas that Christians actually are, it would bring new Jewish thought and everything. So it's just kind of, it's an interesting backstory that you end up getting. Josephus actually talked about it, and his books were well received prior to this anyways. Or he didn't talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt, but he talked about like the fall of the temple and everything like that. He talked about the first Jewish-Roman war. This is information that's going out in Greek into the Roman Empire as early as like 70, 80, somewhere in there is the first time that the Jewish war gets disseminated. So all you really have to be is somebody who's sort of kind of a history buff, if you will, or sort of kind of familiar to some of the plights of the Jewish people there within the first century. And as you get more of their culture in your area, you might incorporate that into some of your stories or your mythologies. But yes, obviously they were all people who were connected closely there with Pontus and with Asia Minor and whatnot. I love people. What you got?
Oh, sorry, man. I was by mistake. Sorry. I'm just listening, bro. Sorry.
Oh.
Can you take me out?
Any questions while you're up here?
No, I don't have any question. I'm just learning, man. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming up. Thanks. Let's see here. All right. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Let's see. RT says because the Romans wanted to replace Judaism with Christianity, and Jesus says, no, it's not from the Romans. Look, the single greatest piece of evidence, like pretty much the nail in the coffin, for how we know that the Romans didn't come up with this. Well, there's actually two really good points. Number one, it shows up way too late. The first gospel gets published in about 144. There's no way that the Flavians did anything with it, because the Flavians die out in about 95, 96. So the Flavians didn't have anything to do with it. So that's gone. And Josephus dies in like 100, 101. So he didn't have anything to do with it either. Then you have the idea that Pliny has no clue about Christians and everything like that whenever he shows up in 111, or whenever he writes the letter to Emperor Hadrian in 111, he writes about them as if he's never heard of them. And he tortures and unalives some of them. So if it was coming from the Roman government, if it was something that was created by the Roman government, then Pliny wouldn't have been doing that, and he wouldn't have Emperor Hadrian saying, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. I don't know what to tell you. and Pliny served under the Flavians. So it would be very strange of him to not know a lot of information about the Christians and whatnot, and to be torturing them and unaliving them, and to get the okay to continue that, if Rome was actively trying to encourage people to become Christians for some benefit of theirs. All right. Let's see here. But anyone else? Anyone else got any evidence for Jesus or Paul? We do have somebody who's requesting up here. This is an interesting person here. This is
I was just wondering.
Zach Laser Hoffman.
I was just wondering, why do we even have that lever? And also, queef, queefy, queef, 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 queefy, queef, queefing. I speak queef. I took it. I was a junior queefer.
I hate that works so much, and...
Pull the lever, Grunk.
I hate that was really funny. Okay, so life is wild, or is it me? What you got?
Yeah, so it's not. I don't have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, but I do know that you're interested in the hypothesis of why the religion was created. And here lately, as I've been going through my deconstruction, I really believe it was a co-op through Rome and Judaism, creating an auxiliary religion that would continually support Judaism and basically submit to Caesar. And if you look at the text of how Jesus in the Bible talks about government, just the control of people, I believe that this was a perfect co-op. I've worked in corporate America, and I see that when two companies do a successful project together, they rarely disembark from each other and go their separate ways. They continue to work. So Judaism has been in every stretch of the globe, either in the banking systems or in other types of media today and consumerism, in a pretty strong manner. So I do think that there's a reason or a benefit for Rome and Judaism to create this auxiliary religion of Christianity, with Judaism being also a made-up religion. I think that they, the higher ups in the religion realize that their Messiah is never coming, that it's a farce completely. And so what does it hurt to create a Messiah that has come that they don't believe in, that they deny existed, or if he did existed, he is in hell rotting in his own sacrament. So that's just my hypothesis. I have no evidence of that. It just makes sense that the people of the time would create a religion that would eventually benefit them. And I've been highly involved in mega churches. I was pretty high up in leadership in a couple of the two biggest in Ohio and South Carolina. And I really just see how they work on the internals, and they send a lot of money to Israel, and it really doesn't make sense.
So at this point now, I'm very confused as to what you're even trying to talk about now.
So the creation, like, why would they create Jesus? Why would they create Paul? Well, because they needed to create these figures for the religion to take hold and actually form. Like, when you're creating a religion.
So why are you saying that Rome created it? Where's your evidence that it created it?
I said. Well, I think the creation, if you want it to be legitimate in the people's eyes, you don't give evidence of the creation of it, because then they're like, oh, look.
So in other words, your evidence for why it was created is nowhere to be found, so therefore you think it?
I thought it before. The hypothesis typically comes before the discovery and research.
Sweet. So what did you discover during your research that showed that Rome actually
So
created Christianity?
I'm at the point of hypothesis,
Oh.
and now the research starts. Yeah.
Oh,
So
no. It didn't create the religion. I can just go ahead. If you're just researching it, no, it did not.
you don't think that Judaism and Rome could have co-opted
No.
a religion?
No.
Just like L. Ron Hubbard
No.
created.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
So
the
one thing I haven't
reason
heard on-
for that is because first of all, Rome and the Jewish people did not necessarily see eye to eye, which is why there's 3 different Jewish-Roman wars, one outside of Judea, 2 in Judea, and the last one being in the 130s, the first one being from 68 to 70. So no, they did not come together and create some religion or something like that. And the first time that Rome actually interacts with this religion personally and like dives into what they believe and interacts with like their day-to-day rituals and whatnot is Pliny the Younger in 111 or 112. This is a little bit before the Second Jewish-Roman War. And in no way, shape, or form did it have any kind of... He shows a general lack of understanding as to who the Christians are or what they do.
Do you see though that
responds back,
Christianity...
Emperor Hadrian responds back to Pliny saying, you should continue to do what you're doing, which inevitably was torturing and unaliving some of them because they were breaking some of the laws.
A very common statement is follow the money. Do you see that a lot of benefit exists for empires, whether it be the United States, Great Britain, or Rome?
No, you're comparing. Okay, stop. You're comparing modern day abilities of governments to do certain things like psyops and stuff like that they didn't have back then. The reason Pliny was even in power over there in Pontus and whatnot or on Pontus and Bithynia is because of the fact that just about everything would go political or it become rebellious very, very quickly. Generals were constantly becoming turncoats. The reason why Rome had such a hard time staying together was because the lack of ability to kind of get everybody to cohesively form to one like mind or one mindset.
I think that's where religion comes. I think that's where religion actually does come
but
in.
Unfortunately, Christianity had been around prior to this as well. Christianity, we see remnants of it going back all the way to the late 1st century BCE. The Jesus story, at best, would be your claim to what they come up with, but even then it falls flat because the first Jesus story appears in 144. So it doesn't... No. There is zero evidence whatsoever that Rome created Christianity or the story of Jesus. It just doesn't work.
You think it was created out, and as the groundswell started to form, they co-opted it and just took the benefits from it that they could?
Who?
The fellow auxiliary religions and governments, because it has provided benefit to other religions and governments throughout time.
Okay, but you're talking much later. By the time that Christianity and the Roman government kind of get in bed with each other, it's the 4th century. Prior to that, we don't see any evidence whatsoever that they're doing that. In fact, it's pretty common that like they're at odds with each other because the Christians are consistently breaking the law that says that you have to worship the emperor as a god or acknowledge that he's a god. You can worship whatever you want, you just also have to acknowledge the emperor as a god. But the Christians, as Pliny writes, a true Christian is not able to do so. So as a result, they're constantly fighting. They're kind of pushing and pulling. Now, they're not being persecuted, they're just being prosecuted for breaking the law. It's a stupid law, but it's nevertheless a law. But regardless, if it was something that was explicitly coming from Rome or if the government was benefiting from it, then they wouldn't be doing all this kind of infighting and whatnot, or not infighting,
so
but
there's
fighting.
There's the when, the who created it, but what would you say? What would you say the why is to create it?
Create what?
The religion of Christianity.
You keep saying create as if it just... Why are you saying create?
Because
you're already
humans create religions.
well, I mean, sure, but like religions lots of times can evolve out of just dumb shit that people sort of kind of believe over time, and mystery cults that become religions. I mean,
So you just think it evolved into what it is today?
well,
But
absolutely
there was
evolved
no,
into what it is today, but like the earliest iterations of it, you could maybe say like if I had to point to one person who I feel like is responsible for this creation, or if I have to point to a creation of the religion, it's Ptolemy the First bringing down a statue of Serapis from Sinope, which is in Pontus, Bithynia and Pontus, down to Alexandria. So like
Gotcha.
that's
I just
maybe
today
the formation, if you will, but it evolves from there to the cult or the religion that we have today. Yes.
I could see the evolution because my recent times in mega churches is not nearly what it was even 100 years ago. But with the rise of Christian nationalism, it's obviously evolved to the next step where young guys my age and even your age, a little bit younger, are really taking up in arms with this Christian nationalism, and that's kind of like, I guess, where
Again, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Like it sounds like your focus is on like Christianity today or religion today and stuff like that and how it impacts us, and that's fine. That is a valid concern, absolutely. But it's not the topic of the live. This live is dealing with like the historicity of two characters, Jesus and Paul, and to, I guess, a greater extent, the New Testament or how it comes together. But it sounds like a lot of where you're coming from is based off of modern takes or modern examples and stuff, and that's fine. But for modern stuff, that doesn't automatically apply to back in the past. It's not a very good rubric for understanding the past. Not very
sure.
well.
No, I wouldn't say it's perfect for that, but I do think that the eagle eye view of the whole story shows the evolution a little more and shows a path of how it's worked and how it's evolved. So as you go back, humans haven't changed a ton since like in 2,000 years. There's some core elements to how we think, how we move, and how we belong or how we separate. So I think there's a lot to learn from.
Yeah, but I mean, look, today it's hard to say that the way that we operate today is indicative of how we operated back 2,000 years ago. I mean, there's some elements that can work, but a lot of how we interact with each other today is empowered by our far superior communication skills.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So
I mean, even
it's
social
not,
media in general, yeah.
Yeah, just our ability to talk. Like currently, right now, there are people overseas who are listening to me talk, and they're probably only getting the words from my mouth maybe a second or two after they come out. Like that is crazy, and that's something that back then you wouldn't be able to talk to somebody 100 yards away because they didn't have microphones. Like it's awful.
Sure. Well, thanks for that. I'm really interested if you start to dive more into who, when, and why it was created. If you come out with a future book, I know you're focused on the existence of these two men, but like, why they would.
I will say that we have an entire section and an entire chapter, I believe, there in our next book that's coming out. That is devoted to how Christianity rises up or how Christianity starts. Because in our last book, we talked a little bit more specifically to like the text itself and about what the ancient historians say, what the church fathers say, in order to tackle Jesus and then to a lesser extent Paul. But we did a little bit try to come up with a timeline of how Christianity comes together, but we found out a lot of information since then that kind of helps place it on the timeline better. So in our next book, we actually do have an entire section that's devoted towards how this comes to be and the intent and the dates and the trying to figure out exactly who writes and why they write and stuff like that there in the 2nd century.
That's awesome. I'll be buying it. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah. Oh, thanks for coming up. Okay. Let's see. That was Life is Wild, or is it me? And really quick, I wanted to get to some super chats. $5 there from Zeno Lepudre, who says, "Warm gut." Oh God. Warm gusts escape like scurrying mice. A gentle draft that will suffice. A sudden breeze, both soft and nice, inevitably out here, queefing for Christ. All right. Yeah, the rabbit. All right. $5 from Giovanni Vargas. Says saw the Serapis statue or a Serapis statue in the Chicago's Art Institute yesterday. And that's pretty cool. Said Serapis was no longer worshipped after the rise of Christianity. Wonder why? That is true. After the rise of Christianity, Serapis was kind of stamped out because, why go back to the old god when you got the new one? Well, then again, they did go back to the old god and kicked away the new one. Funny how that worked. All right. We do have up on the panel a good friend of mine, Christina the Godless, 1/3 of Girls Gone Godless, where all podcasts can be found, as well as 1/3 of Bible Libel, where all Bible Libel can be found.
Yeah, I just came up here. I thought it was time for a plug. I wanted you to, a palate cleanser, if you will.
Cleanse my palate. Sister Christina, I guess. Sister, you dress like a nun, that kind of thing, yeah.
Yes, I do. Yeah, so Bible Libel, your new favorite game show with your new favorite hosts. Myself, Jaren,
Well,
and
stop.
Matthew.
Yeah. In that order, actually. Because, and this is true, if you're watching, Matthew, fuck you. No.
No, it'll be very fun. What did we decide on? Was it 7 p.m. Central?
Is it 7 p.m. Central? No, I think it's 7 your
I
time.
can't
It's
remember.
9 Central.
Oh. Okay. I need to look back through my notes. Yeah, okay. 7 Pacific. Sure.
Pretty sure.
Every Sunday night. It'll be your favorite place to be. Bible Libel. Answering all the questions.
And
that you've
you
ever
better
asked.
get in there and get in there fast because it's only an hour long. It's only an hour long. Yeah, it's just the tip. It's just the tip. And you never can tell, something that you say may end up in a book.
Mm-hmm.
It may.
We're taking this one all the way to the bank.
All the way to the bank.
Books.
And the bank's going to laugh at us and be like, no, you can't start
board
an account
games
with Bible Libel.
Live traveling show. We're shooting for the stars here.
We're doing it all. We may end up with a video game. You never can tell.
You know what? Hey, they made Pepsi Man. They could make Bible Libel.
They did. The fact that you know that. Why do you know that?
I have 3 boys.
Oh, okay.
Because I have 3 boys.
It's like, what?
All right.
Just a big Pepsi fan over here.
That guy did kind of sound like Cyber, didn't he? Like, in a way, the last guest.
He didn't say right enough. Yeah, that's
true.
That's the key giveaway that it's Cyber, is that he says right, like he just wants to make sure that you're following along.
For sure. All right, you can lever me.
Okay, again, Bible Libel. The first episode is coming out this Sunday. I'm pretty sure it is, and I correct me if I'm wrong, guys. You guys can go figure it out, but I'm pretty sure it's 9 to 10 Central. So it's late at night, but that's the exact time that you want it to be, because it is it's going to be off the rails. It is going to be off the rails.
Lots of dicks. Lots of, do angels have buttholes? Lots of fun stuff. I'm telling you, all the questions you've ever asked about the Bible, we're going to answer them.
All the questions that you've ever wanted to ask, but you didn't ask because your teacher would tell your parents.
This is true.
That's how that works. But
and
yeah.
if our business meetings are any show any like seriousness, like there is none. Like our business meetings have been off the rails, and so I know the show is just going to be amazing because we can't be serious to save our fucking lives. Anyway, have a good day.
All right.
Love her me.
All right. Let's see. What sound here? What we got here? Well, here we go.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
Oh, I love it. All right. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. If you're watching over on YouTube, click the link in the chat. I want to hear from you. We can talk about it. That's not a problem at all. Just switching over to the live chat really fast. Someone said read Papyrus 52. I don't think you think that means that. Okay, yeah. P52 is dated to 200. Yes, Aaron got it. Let's see. Dudes rage baiting. Well, come on up if you got evidence. Playing with his hair because he knows he's full of shit. That's the tell. What? Man, YouTube people over on their YouTube, they just kind of say anything. All right. Yeah, P52 doesn't help you in the slightest. It actually works against you. Yeah. What is going on, Vice?
I'm modding your YouTube, but you told people from YouTube to come and either give evidence or tell you, you look good and I like your hat. I'm here to do the latter. You look good and I like your hat.
Well, thank you. Thank you very, very much. Do I have a sound for thank? Oh, yes, I do. Yes. So thank you for coming up and sharing at least a little bit of positivity. Some positivity. Yeah.
That's what I aspire to do in this life.
Yeah. Well, you've done it. Even though your name is Vice.
That's none of your business.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, no more prying. Anyways, thank you very much to Vice, and thank you to anybody who thinks that my hat looks good. Thank you. You know, it's I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This cowboy hat is cheap. I'm talking cheapo depot. Normally I get my hats at either NRS or Boot Barn. This hat was purchased at none other than a 7-Eleven. Yeah. Yeah.
Quality for 7-Eleven.
It's not too terribly bad. Not too terribly bad. Gets the job done. Gets the job done. And also, it was pretty easy on the wallet. The good old ass purse. Whoa.
Ooh.
I like that one too. All right. But yeah, any questions though, Vice, while you're up here?
Put your mouth around
That,
That was such odd timing.
the people who are sending that shit on TikTok, they are trying to get me canceled. Because the people on YouTube, they literally just had me, they watched me address you, and then just a voice said, put your mouth around it. I need you guys to know that
That was funny. You can drop me.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
welcome to hell. All right. You have the best sound effects on TikTok. You know what I say to that?
Squeeze!
Anyways. Also.
Shut up. What?
No. Don't worry, Lil John. It's okay. I was saying shut up to somebody in the chat. You know who Neo is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was telling him to shut up.
Okay.
All right. $2.79 Canadian from Serenity Serpent there on YouTube says, don't let the queefs get you down. Embrace it. W us. Nope. Not at all. If anyone's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear from you. Come on up. The request button should be right about there or down there. Again, if you are watching and you are a Bible-believing Christian, I'm going to put the verse up here, courtesy of a Lope Note. You should thank him for even having this verse up here. 1 Peter 3:15 says, always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect. In other words, 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned. Anyways, to always give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, and do so respectfully. Respect! If you don't come up here and say, hey, this is how I know that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago. If you die tonight, Jesus will look you dead in the eyes and say, depart from me. I never knew you. Get thee behind me, Satan. You are a lukewarm Christian. You said that you were hot. You said you were on fire. You're not even really cold. It's not like you're one of those atheists or something. You're a lukewarm Christian, and I will vomit you out of my mouth. That's what it says in the Bible. Because you didn't take time out of your busy day to give the guy who dresses like a cowboy on TikTok and YouTube evidence of Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago. You didn't do it. It says to do it. It says to always be prepared to do it, according to 1 Peter 3:15. If you don't come up here and give evidence for Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago, you're letting God down, and when God gets sad, he unalives a puppy. The same puppy twice. That's how it works. Sorry. Look it up. It's in the Bible. Look it up. It's in the book of Proverbs. All right, we got Cool Breeze here. Cool Breeze, what you got?
I just want to say, by the way, you invited me. I didn't invite myself.
Okay.
Just in case.
I think a mod may have sent you an invite there, but what you got?
Why do you care about God's ways when you don't even believe in it?
Why do I hear about
Why
what?
did you talk about Jesus and Paul when you don't even believe in it?
I mean, why does Tim Allen make Santa Claus movies?
We're not talking about Tim Allen. We're talking about Jesus.
Well,
and Paul.
people do all kinds of things that they don't like. They talk about all kinds of topics that they don't believe in. Like,
You're wasting
people can talk
your
about fiction.
time
That's
and
perfectly fine.
People like me's time. It's foolish to talk about something you don't even believe in.
You can't talk about fiction? And you left. Well, he ran because he didn't really have much to say. That's how that goes. All right. Yeah. Y se marchó. Y a su vaca le llamó. Libertad. Libertad. Graviotas y pinto. Misterios en el mar. All right. Quick crash outs from Christians. Yeah. All right. Get on that boat. Gabe says, even if you don't think Jesus was God, it's crazy. Where was it? You think he wasn't, crazy way to spell wasn't, a real person. Well, come on up, Gabe. We'll talk about it. Does Gabe have evidence for Jesus or Paul? Maybe. 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 What we're gonna do is mute or rebuke. Here we go. We're gonna go ahead and mute you for the live there. You can't comment on the live there on TikTok, but you can come up. I'm not running. I want to have a conversation with you, but you're gonna have to request up or right down there. The button is there on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, click the link in the chat and come on up. I want to hear from you. I buke. Cheesy McPaul. I'm here for it, damn it. Get up, Gabe. Jared needs you to give it to him. All right, listen. I'll tell you. First of all, phrasing. Second of all, what? All right, let's see. No. Olander says, love to chirp in the chat. All these Christians in the chat just chirp, chirp, chirp. Kritishe says, I think Paul McCartney existed, though. Makes sense to me. What's the puppy story, Jaren? I don't know what to tell you. Trash Cat Job? Or G-O-B? Not really sure on that one. Eater, as I tried to show, using 25 will hardly prove a reliable result. Also, Eater, I can get accurate results as little as 100 words per file. It's funny. Okay, I know that that's a Lope Nope there. With his AI picture there. That's not a real person. Definitely not a real person. Puppy Story is in Exod's Nuts 32.6. Eater? I better. Jesus Christ. Someone said in the chat, Jesus didn't know how to write. Probably true. Especially since he didn't exist. Amadeus Almighty there in the chat. I don't know, Bree. No telling. Amadeus Almighty, if you're not following Amadeus Almighty, you need to get your ass in gear. You need to get your ass in gear. On TikTok there, Amadeus Almighty, definitely a good streamer. Good streamer. But I'm telling you this. If you think that I am an asshole, yeah. No, I'm not saying he's an asshole. I'm just saying that like the reason people think I'm an asshole is because I don't like I don't put up with bullshit here on the live. He puts up with even less. What's up? What is going on, Trash Cat Job? So really fast, really quick, because there's only really two options here. Are you named Trash Cat Job there at the end because of Arrested Development or because of the band?
No, it's Gob like Gobstopper actually, but not like Job from Arrested.
And I'm guessing you don't know the band G.O.B.?
I don't know the band. I do know Job from Arrested though. But
everyone sleeps on G.O.B. Everyone sleeps on them. They're basically Sum 41, but like they didn't make it big. Does anybody not? Somebody's got to know some G.O.B. songs. Surely.
They have some bangers?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Ellen, Give Up the Grudge.
So I am not a Christian. I am an atheist. I don't believe in
Gross.
God, but yeah. But I did want, like, I've been watching you for a while and I do really love everything you say. It's just that whenever I try to research it, everything keeps popping up with this thing about Stylo with Eater, about how he said
When
that
who? When
Eater,
you
the guy
when
who
you
made
search for what?
I was just researching like everything about Jesus and Paul, and I also like agree with the fact that they probably didn't exist, but
You were researching things on Jesus and Paul, and it said stylo.
yeah, I wasn't raised Christian, I was raised Muslim, but
Right.
yeah, so I just
So
wanted
how
to
did
like
you get to
research it
stylo from Jesus and Paul?
because I was researching about Christ before Jesus, the book you
Oh,
wrote.
you're just okay
Yeah,
about the book. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
because you do stylometry, right?
Yeah. I mean
You
that's
work with stylo.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's 2 out of the 9 chapters of the book. But okay.
Exactly, yeah. So I was researching it, and the guy Eater, I guess one of the software developers, I'm not sure. He was just saying that it doesn't provide reliable results on less than 2005 or 1,000 to 2,500 words.
No. We actually have him in a forum or in an email thread that says that he gets results as low as 100 words per file. So no, that's like maybe some outdated kind of quote from him, maybe, but no.
Yeah, it was just hard to find like anything online about it. It's just that was like the only thing I could see about what he said about it. Maybe it's outdated, but I would like to see like some updated. I would just like to see like more of this the like the work that was gone that went through to get this result basically.
Okay. You can research Christ before Jesus and actually watch us do 3 live demonstrations on MythVision's YouTube account if you want to see
Yeah,
like
I
live
watched your
demonstrations
YouTube
of it.
actually.
Okay.
I do like it, and I do learn a lot from everything you
Well,
say.
so
So
that would be the answer then. I mean, we
yeah, I just
literally do
have
live
some questions for you
demonstrations
about Eater.
of the document about Peter.
No, Eater. I'm sorry.
About Eater.
Yeah, Eater, the software developer.
Okay. He's not a
That's
software
it.
developer, so it's not. You're already not really barking up the right tree, but okay.
I'm sorry. Well, thank you for clarifying that, though.
He's not a software developer. He's a mathematician. He's the guy
He's a
behind Eater's
mathematician,
Delta
okay.
and Eater's Simple.
Okay.
He's behind the distance formulas that we utilize. But I'd also like to point out that there's another book that goes over Paul and says that you can't even get 7 authentic letters from Paul or anything like that. And this is from scholar Benjamin White. He uses the exact same software we use, and his book came out the next year. It's almost as if we actually do know what the fuck we're talking about.
Yeah, I never claimed that you didn't. I would just
I know. It's just that like people don't generally talk shit about Benjamin, but they trash us because they're like, oh, hey, these guys aren't scholars, so I can like maybe go in there and like say that they don't know what they're doing. But then like an actual scholar comes out with a book the next year using the same software that we do, and actually, believe it or not, being even less transparent as to what he did. Like some people are like, oh wow, they would crop their images in order to get them into the book. We had to crop our images because the files would be huge. Like the images would be huge for the runs that we did, the dendrograms. And they said, oh well, the information is down there on the bottom, and they cropped that out because they wanted to hide it because they're trying to be they want to lie to people. They want to deceive people. Benjamin White also cropped in many cases in the bottom of his dendrograms. He's an actual scholar, and he himself, he even says in his book that he uses a bag of words. However, whatever, he chose some words to look at, and he has a certain amount of words. Like, what I'm saying is that we are even more transparent than actual scholars who have done the work on this kind of stuff, using the same software and coming to these conclusions. So it's
from what I know,
whenever
it was
you hear people
372.
Whenever you hear people say, hey, they didn't actually do the work correctly, or they needed to have done it in a different way. These are people who are not data scientists that are saying this, and they are using outdated quotes in order to try to prop that idea up because they're butthurt Christians or they're mythicists who are being left in the dust.
Those are the counter arguments that I usually see actually against
Yeah.
this. It's usually just the same things, but also it's Josephus. But I mean, you address that all the time, to be honest. And I think I know from watching your lives long enough that, you know, what he's written and what his history is.
No, yeah, right. But still. Anything else that you're running into or anything like that? Any other questions?
No, I'm just honestly here to learn. So thanks
Yeah.
for talking to me.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for coming up. That is a Trash Cat Gob, apparently.
Yeah.
Trash Cat Gob. Do us a favor. Go listen to some G.O.B. G.O.B.
I will.
The best album is Give Up the Grudge. Just check it out. No. Sorry. No, that's not the album. That's the best song. The best album is Foot in Mouth Disease. Foot in Mouth Disease. Yes.
A lot of people have that.
Yeah, check it out. Check it out. All right. Thank you very much. Whoa. What was that? Okay. All right. All righty. Like bacteria and good bacteria. So what? I don't even know what that's talking about. All right. My bad. The covers of Mr. Sandman and Painted Black are very good. Oh, you have 6 of their songs. Oh, that's nice. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah. They're good. They're good. It's basically it's like a cousin. It's like a poor man's Sum 41 and a cousin to who's that other group? Shit. Is it Billy Talent? Billy Talent. It's like a smaller Billy Talent or a poor man's Sum 41. You can use style on one word. I mean, you can, I guess. I don't know why you would want to. Amadeus Almighty says, my life is a lie. What? What happened? What happened? Always thought you were between me and Storm. My life is a lie? What is he talking about? Oh, is he talking to... Oh, wait. Wait, what? Oh, I thought Queen was older than me. You're talking about birthdays. Oh, okay. I was like, what? All right, $11 are from Genus Species. Says, these combos are the perfect distraction while I'm running. I just hit 1,100 miles of cardio this year. God damn. I can't even hit like a mile. Pretty much all of it while listening to CBJ. Thanks for all the knowledge. Well, thank you very much. And keep it up, man. Keep it up. Or woman, dude, chick, person. Keep it up, human being, genus, species. There he goes. All right. Turn it up, Bop. What you got?
I was invited up. I kid you not. I just accepted it. But
yes, you did accept though. What you got for us? Or what were you saying in the chat? You must have been saying something in the chat.
I was saying, like, you said you wanted evidence for Jesus and Paul.
Okay, yeah. Let me see. You got 3 comments. The first one says, the Bible also says to not argue. You're trying to debate and argue. Well, I'm asking for evidence, and the Bible explicitly says that you should always be prepared to give evidence of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, and do so respectfully.
Yeah, repeat that. Can you repeat that again? Someone just called me. My
Yep.
bad.
1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to give evidence of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, depending on the translation, and do so respectfully. And then you said it is foolish, and your third comment was, if you want evidence, search it up online. I mean, do you believe that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago?
Oh yeah. I mean, I believe.
So what was the evidence that convinced you that they did?
I mean, just based off a simple little search. Pilate.
Yeah, Pilate existed. Yeah.
Yeah, he wrote about him.
Pilate
The
didn't write
Roman-
anything. We don't have anything from
The,
Pilate.
Ro- the Romans, well, it says here. Hold on, let me see. Let me read it. He was crucified on the Pilate.
I mean, that's what the story says, yeah. But we have evidence that Pilate exists, but we don't have anything from Pilate that says anything about Jesus.
But if it's saying that he was crucified under his order, then like I would assume that, you know.
What? No, I mean, in the Amazing Spider-Man comics, Barack Obama meets Spider-Man. That doesn't mean.
Well,
mean
but we
he's
know
real.
that, you know, but we know that those stories are based and inspired by, you know.
And the
real-
what?
We know that those stories are based and inspired. So even though Obama is a real person,
Yeah.
clearly they put him in there because of what? Because he's a real person.
To make the fictional story sound like it belongs in this
Or it
particular
was just a
time.
simple crossover. It was just a simple crossover, nothing major, nothing too, you know, major.
And that can apply
just
to
like
Jesus
how Eminem
somehow?
exists in the Marvel world. Like it's,
Yeah, and
it's
so
just
like
just
yeah, like Spider-Man is obviously fake because it's got like a bunch of like superhuman abilities and stuff like that. And so when he meets Barack Obama, that doesn't make them real, right?
Spider-Man.
Yeah. Right?
Of course not.
Yeah. So Jesus is obviously fake because he's got a bunch of superhuman abilities, but when he meets Pilate, that doesn't make him real, right?
I get what you're saying. I do.
Yeah, that's the point. Like, unless we have any evidence for Jesus specifically connecting him, then we can't just point to other people and be like, oh, hey, this background character who has like a few speaking lines is the reason why this entire story is real.
Well, how we know Jesus exists is his
Mhm.
teachings. It still echoes to this day. You know.
Well, so do like Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. I mean, who cares? I mean, hell, there's some things from like Homer that still echo to this day. That doesn't really mean a lot.
But when people think about treat thy neighbor as you want to be treated, what comes to people's mind?
I don't know,
Christ.
the Old Testament, because that's explicitly where he's quoting it from.
But a lot of people don't read the Old Testament; they jump right to the New Testament.
Okay,
A lot of
well,
people are
just
taught-
because well, that doesn't mean okay. Just because someone is quoting something that came out prior to them, or a fictional book is quoting something that had been written before, and people like the fictional story, that doesn't make the fictional story true. In the story of Jesus, it has Jesus saying, treat someone as you would your neighbor, treat your neighbor as yourself. But this is something that's pulled from the Old Testament. The Old Testament was around before the New Testament, right?
Yep.
So if someone is writing the New Testament and coming up with a fake character and just being like, oh, hey, let me just make him quote the Old Testament, that doesn't make the New Testament real just because people like the New Testament character saying that, right? I mean, and the teachings, especially teachings that definitely didn't come from this person, it came from prior, that doesn't mean anything about him being real. And the only reason we're talking about teachings is because you're saying the reason why I think that he existed, the evidence for him is his teachings and how they still ring true. But, I mean, Harry Potter has some philosophy that people like. That doesn't make it true. Star Trek is quoted sometimes. Do or do not, there is no try. That's from Yoda.
But people associate those things with like, you know, cartoons and stuff
Okay,
that's not real.
with great power comes great responsibility. First time I heard that was it was said to Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man from Sam Raimi. That doesn't mean Spider-Man's real, man. Like, there can be teachings that persist from fictional stories.
But it's the fact that, again, it's the message that
Yeah, but
echoes.
that doesn't make the story real.
It's been the same message for 2,000
But that doesn't make
years.
this story real. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, to you it doesn't, but to a lot of people, it's changed their hearts, it's changed their minds.
That's
you know
not
what
how
I'm
that
saying?
works. History either happened or it didn't. There's not like it happened for me, but it didn't happen for you. No. History either happened or it didn't. Either Jesus and Paul existed, or they didn't.
I mean, not by those
Either they-
names, not by those names, but they
Cool.
existed.
Well, the characters
existed.
themselves, how did you determine that they actually existed? Whatever
of
their
their
names were.
teachings. What they taught is
No,
still
there's
here
no
to this
evidence
day.
that they taught it. In fact, one of the things that you mentioned, like treat your neighbor as yourself, that was your first example, and that is
My
something
bad.
that is found in
Love
the
God with
Old
all your heart,
Testament.
mind, body, and soul. You know
Say
what I'm
what?
saying? Stuff like that. You know, love God with
Okay,
our heart, mind, body, and soul.
that's in Wisdom of Sirach, which was written in 200 BCE.
At the end of the day, bro, you know the Bible is just the inspired word, bro. It's not the
I mean,
written
it's
word.
not. It's not. It's just
not.
it's
It's
just
the
books that
inspired.
are
So
written
anything
down.
you see in the is inspired. You know what I'm saying? By
No,
people.
it says who?
What do you mean? It is the inspired word.
Says
It is.
who?
Do you know what inspire means?
Yes, says
It's not.
who?
It's not the written
Where
word.
where
it's
did you get
influence.
the idea that it was inspired? Where'd you get that?
Because
From
if
the
you
book?
read the Bible, the Holy Spirit inspires those to write what
Yeah,
they
it
see.
says who? Where does it say that? In the book?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the book it says it's the best fucking book ever. Just like the Book of Mormon says it's the truest book that's ever been written. Does that make it the truest book that's ever been written?
To some people it does. It's subjective. Some
No,
people believe
that's
it's the
not
best
how
book
that. No,
written.
that's not how that works. I asked you a question. Does that make it the truest book ever, objectively? I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm asking, does that make it the truest book ever, just because it says it's the truest book ever?
I haven't read it, so I wouldn't even know. So I can't
Okay,
say it's
well,
the truest book I've ever read. I can't.
regardless of
I
if
can't
you,
give an answer
regardless
to
of
that.
if you've read it or not, it's still the same question. If a book makes a claim, does that mean the book is automatically? If the book makes the claim to be perfect, does that mean it's perfect? If the book
Yeah,
makes the claim?
I might have to do my research to see if it's a perfect book.
Okay. Well, let's see. I've got an image right here. This is from a book. It says, this is spoken by Storyman. Big and little elk, eagle and spider all told this story, so we know it is true. All right. So apparently the narrator of this book is citing his source as two different elk, an eagle, and a spider, and saying because they told him the story, it's true. Because it's in a book, does that make it true?
Not that book, no.
Okay. So in other words, it depends on what book. How did you determine that book, when it says that it's true,
Because
isn't true?
evidence, testimony, and people.
Okay.
You know,
So where's the testimony from somebody who saw Jesus in the New Testament?
I ain't gonna lie, we don't, you know what I'm saying, just based off letters, but I can't give you like.
Well, where does it say that any of it? Where
does
does it say that any of it is coming from somebody who met Jesus?
It's all faith based, bro. Like, you don't gotta believe.
Okay,
bro,
so in
you
other
know what I'm
words,
saying?
in
That's
other
why
words,
people-
your
that's why people
evidence
have-
for why the book I just showed you is fake, but the Bible is real, is because of testimony. But there's no testimony in there.
Yes, bro. It's a historic book, bro.
Okay, sweet. So where in the New Testament is the testimony that from someone who saw Jesus? Where does an author ever say, I saw Jesus when he was here?
You got John.
Nope. John can't write. According to Acts 4:13, he says he can't
John,
write.
The book of Revelations makes it very clear that Jesus
Nope.
came to him. Yeah.
No. Revelation. When do you think Revelation was written? Even from Christian standpoint. When do you think it was written?
During the time of them being crucified.
Who?
The Christians.
It doesn't say anything about the Christians being crucified.
I mean, they were being persecuted, you know.
Okay.
for
And
their
what
belief.
time do you think it was being written? According to the Christians, what time do you think that Revelation was written? Give me the decade.
Sometime between 40 or 50 AD. I don't know.
No, it's sometime around 80 to 90. So, nah, Jesus isn't in that book.
But if it says that, you know, he is.
And also,
you know,
even if it was from 40 or 50, like you said, Jesus wouldn't have been in that book because Jesus supposedly died in 30. So Jesus doesn't have any. He doesn't have any scenes in Revelation, man. I'm asking
book
you
of
for
Revelation
what is a book in the Bible where the author says, I saw Jesus in his earthly form when he was here during his earthly ministry.
I mean, the Gospels.
Nope. Nowhere in the Gospels does it ever say that. It never says that Matthew wrote Matthew. It never says that a disciple wrote Matthew. It never says that the Gospel of Matthew was even written in the first century, because it wasn't. Mark isn't even considered a disciple. Luke he's a traveling companion, an interpreter from Peter later on, who joins the mission. Luke is a doctor, according to Christian tradition, who starts traveling around with Paul, who also wasn't a disciple and didn't meet Jesus in his earthly ministry. John never says it's written by John, sort of kind of alludes to the idea that it may have been written prior to the people who were writing it, taking it down. But then Acts comes around and says that John was illiterate. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, it's not written by anybody who ever saw Jesus. Never claims to be.
Well, that like, honestly, dude, in all honesty,
It sounds like you haven't really read the Bible, but you're trying to say that the Bible is somehow special and different from other books, like the Book of Mormon or that book that I showed you that claimed that because somebody heard it from a spider, it's real.
Nah, man, it's not even that. It's just that at the end of the day, bro, it's all faith based. You know, it's
Yeah,
one
but
of those
other
things where,
religions
like,
have faith, right?
I mean,
They have
not
faith that they're correct, right?
trust, right? Yeah, of course.
No, the Mormons have faith, right?
Yeah, but it's faith in what? Christ. That's what it's all about, man. The
Okay.
message.
Well,
The
unfortunately,
gospel.
your faith in Christ is not actually saying that Christ is real. Like, because other people have faith. The Scientologists have faith that Lord Xenu dropped us into a fucking volcano at some point in time. Like, it's silly. It's nonsense. In fact, if you were to get everybody on this planet, if you were to get together everybody on this planet who say they have a faith in something, and you took a big red marker and you circled around the people who have the faith that you think is true, like you said, it's all about faith in Jesus Christ. The people who have faith in something else, the people outside that circle, the total amount would outnumber the people inside the circle you drew. Which means faith, statistically speaking, points you in the wrong direction. Like,
So
faith is literally something that you don't want to have because statistically speaking, it's going to lead you the wrong way. Because there are more people on this planet who have a faith in something that you think is bullshit than the people who have a faith in something that you think is correct. That's just statistics. So I don't know how to tell you any other way than faith is. If all you have is faith, that is horrible. The only real way to determine whether or not your faith is pointing you in the right direction is evidence. And if you don't have any evidence, it's gone.
It ain't even all that deep, bro. It's just the message that Christ teaches. I don't find anything wrong with loving God with all your heart, mind, body, and soul, and treat your neighbor as you want to be treated.
When
You know what I'm
Jesus
saying?
calls a woman a dog because she's another ethnicity, is that a good thing?
At the end of the day, man, if you
Is
read
that
that
a
in
good thing?
context,
Yes or no?
was
Yes or
referring
no?
was you referring to a non-Jewish woman, correct?
He's referring
Was she
to a
Jewish?
Canaanite woman, and he says she's a dog because she's
So
not
in the
Jewish.
Old Testament, how did they see people that weren't Jewish?
That's not Old Testament. It's New Testament.
I'm just saying though, in the Old Testament, how
Sweet.
did
So
they
I'm
view
asking
people
you a
that weren't
question. Turn
Jewish?
it up. Listen. Is it a good thing when Jesus called a woman who is a different ethnicity from him a dog? Is that a good thing?
Does it talk about Jesus being like righteous and holy?
Turn it
So
up.
any judgment
Turn
that he
it up.
makes, right?
Turn it up.
No,
I
it's
asked you
not.
okay.
He's
So
giving
it sounds
righteous
like
judgment.
sometimes Jesus says some shitty racist things, and sometimes he says some things that you think are really good. Now, most of the things
I'm
that
gonna
you
say
listed that are really
you
good
probably
just
say
came from
things
other
you shouldn't
texts.
say, right?
No, what I'm trying to say is that ultimately your entire reason for why you think Jesus existed is because his teachings are awesome. But you already realize that sometimes his teachings are racist and you admitted they're bad.
No, it's not.
And then
It's
in other
not
times,
racist.
listen,
Not.
it's not racist to say that someone who's a different
Bro,
ethnicity
you've said
is
some
a
racist
dog?
things before. Are you racist?
I'm not saying that you should absolutely follow me, and you definitely should
No,
not
I'm
have
just
faith
I'm
in
just
me.
saying though. You said things that you shouldn't have said out your mouth before, correct?
Turn it up.
But
Listen.
people still
Listen.
associate themselves
Listen.
with you. So
Listen.
it's like,
Listen.
you know,
Listen. Did you or did you not say that the belief in Jesus is actually based on his teachings?
yeah, the stuff he says.
Sweet. So when he says racist shit, are you like, yeah, that guy absolutely existed because I like the fact that he said that racist shit?
If you read it in context and study it,
The
it's
context
completely
is that he
different from what
calls
you're-
a Canaanite
but
woman
it's
a
completely
dog.
different. You know how the Bible can be interpreted differently from people's
It's
different perspectives.
not that it's interpreted.
It-
It's literally, it's all the story. There's one story about him meeting a Canaanite woman and he calls her a dog in it. It's not that big of a deal, man. It's like 8 verses. It's not super deep. It's not like, oh, what's the fucking point behind it? No, it's like 8 verses and he calls a woman a dog And it explicitly says that it is not good to give what is for the children, the food for the children, to the dogs. Explicitly talking about her because she is not who he came for. He explicitly says that he did not come to help her on this planet because she's the wrong ethnicity. And then he calls her a dog. You think that was good?
Do I think it was good?
Yeah. I mean, you've already said no. So, I mean, do you want to like go back on your word and say it was good or say that it was racist?
I mean, clearly, I see what you're trying to do. You know,
It's racist. You can say it. I'll agree with you. It's fine.
Is it really racist though?
Yeah, it is. It's against an ethnicity specifically because they're the wrong ethnicity, and you're calling them a dog, which means you think that you're better than them.
Yeah, I think you're just missing the whole point of him even saying what he said.
Okay. Have you even read it?
Yeah, it's in the gospel, bro. He was
Sweet. Yeah,
you know,
all stories of Jesus are in the gospel,
He knew
dipshit.
he
So
knew the whole life
what's
of
the
that
woman
woman,
asking
you know?
for?
Again, Jesus.
What's
being
the woman
Jewish.
asking for?
Don't
Since you've read it.
Drink from the well of eternal life.
No.
And she said,
Nope, wrong woman.
You can't.
Wrong woman. That's the woman who has multiple husbands.
I'm pretty sure those are the same people.
It's not. That's the
He called
Samaritan
dog.
woman.
You know, though, I think it's crazy. You know,
It's
that
pretty
you
obvious that you
know
haven't
who
read the
this-
Bible and you're trying to act as if you did.
I've read it, but I don't. I
Okay,
don't
so tell
study
me
it
about this story.
as much as you do.
You're
because I have a
telling
life
you're telling me
outside of studying the Bible,
you have
know?
apparently read it enough to know
I have
that
a real
I'm
life.
reading it out
I
of
don't-
context, but you can't even tell me the story.
Because you are, dude. Like this. is
I'm
what-
reading
nah,
it out of
this is your
context, then
life,
tell
bro.
me what the context is.
I think it is more meant to
Tell me
be
the
ill, right?
context.
To quote
Tell me the
unquote believe in
context.
stuff,
Tell
but
me.
also be an atheist.
Sweet. Tell me
try
the
to debunk it.
context.
That is mental illness. I can't.
Tell
lie.
me the context.
The context of what, sir? Because
Context of the story, because you're telling me I'm reading it out of context. Tell me the correct one.
Because the Samaritan woman, right?
It's not. They're not Samaritan. You've literally forgotten what I told you because you haven't read the book and you're trying to speak out of your ass.
I read it, bro. I read it years ago,
Okay,
bro.
well,
You know
again,
what I'm
it's
saying?
not a Samaritan woman. Would you like to try again?
Go ahead, bro. Let's try it again.
No, I'm asking you, would you like to try again? Would you like to try to give me the context to this story that you don't even remember what story we were talking about? Like, you know good and well that I'm reading it out of context, but you can't even remember the facts about the story. It's only like 8 verses.
No, I
If
don't remember
that.
the story, bro.
You've never read it?
No, I said I remember the story, but like,
Okay.
I don't. remember
What
verses,
type? What ethnicity is the woman? I've said it about 5 or 6 times.
You said Canaanite, right?
Did I?
I don't know, bro.
You don't know, but you know that I
don't
was reading
remember.
it out of context.
I mean,
You can admit
again,
that you've
bro.
never read the story. It's fine. We all know you
How
haven't.
can I? So you want me to lie and say I never read this? I've read the story. I don't remember it, bro. How you gonna make me feel? Like, come on, bro. Stop it. I told
Well,
you I
I
read the story.
mean,
Bro.
you don't remember
don't
it, but you
remember it,
know
bro,
that I'm
because
reading it
I
out of
don't-
context.
I don't study. You feel me? I don't study all this stuff, bro. You know
Okay,
what I'm
well,
saying?
I do, and
I
I'm
live-
the one who's reading it
And
out
that's
of
what I'm saying.
context
I think that is a mental illness, bro. If you, how you
because I
studying
study
stuff
the
you don't
book.
believe, bro? Yeah,
It's
you
a
don't
mental
believe it,
illness
bro.
to study the Bible.
Yes,
I
and debunk people
maybe
about
agree
it. It
with
is
you.
mental illness.
I'm
It
not
is.
debunking
Something
you.
ain't right about
I'm not
that, bro.
debunking you at all. I'm telling you what's in there, and you have no idea what's in there.
I do know what's in there, bro.
Okay,
It's just,
then
you
what
know,
was she
at the end of the
asking
day,
for?
bro,
What was she asking
base
for?
Your whole, you base your whole life trying
What
to
was she
debunk
asking
and
for? What
knock
was she
people's
asking
faith down,
Jesus
you know what
for?
I'm saying? That in itself is a mental
Sweet.
illness, bro.
What
Like,
was
live your
she
life, my guy.
asking Jesus for?
What she asking for? Eternal life.
No. No. Man, you don't know anything about your Bible, do you?
I don't know anything about my Bible.
That's very
I know
correct.
about the New Testament. I know
This
about
is
the
explicitly in
gospel.
the New Testament, dipshit.
You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, man,
You
I
already
don't,
admitted it's
you
in the
know,
gospel.
At the end of the day, too, though, bro. You know, I follow the teachings. You know, to treat
Yep.
neighbors as
Sweet.
you want to be treated.
So when
to-
he
to, you know,
teaches
thou
his
art my body and
disciples,
soul.
when he teaches his
But
disciples
he
that he
said
is
there's no
not
greater
there for
commandment than
these
those two,
particular
though.
people.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he don't go around teaching whatever you're trying to say he's teaching.
So
you
what
know?
does he say to his disciples in this story?
you mean? Treat your neighbors you want to be treated. Love
Nope,
God, your
that is
heart,
not
mind,
in the
body, and
story.
soul.
In the story
Bro,
about the Canaanite woman, what does he tell his disciples?
man, your chat acting up, bro. They overly angry, bro.
Hey, don't
You
worry
got some
about it.
fans.
Just tell me about the Bible there, Christian.
You got some fans for real, bro.
Sweet. Tell me
You
about
got
your
some
Bible
good
that you've
followers. We
very
got some
clearly
good
never read.
disciples in the comment section, for real, for real.
Sweet. Tell me about the Bible you've never read.
Okay, I never read the Bible. All right.
That's very true.
I said I've read the Gospels, bro.
Sweet. Well, this is a story in the Gospels. Tell me what he tells his disciples in this story. Or just say, I don't know because I've never read it.
I can't. How you gonna tell me to say something like? Bro,
I said
like,
you can either tell me what he says to his disciples, or you can admit.
Bro. You don't know what I've read, bro. You don't know
that's
what
fine.
I've read,
That's fine.
bro.
Then just tell me what he said.
I can't remember what he said. Clearly, my guy. Clearly, it's clear as day.
Can you remember
You read
any of
this
the
every
story?
day. Do I remember any of the story?
Yeah, give me the gist of the story. Don't give me the exact quote. Just give me the gist of what happens in the story. What happens in the story?
What book? What story?
You don't even know what book it is?
Because what book? Like what book are you talking about? What's gospel? Which gospel? Matthew.
You don't even
Mark?
know. You don't even know what book it is, and you're telling me that I am taking it out of context, and you don't even know what book it's in.
I'm talking about certain verses, my guy. You taking it out of context. Come on now.
I'm just taking this story out of context, is what you told me.
Nah, you taking verses out of context.
So does he call her a dog?
Of course he calls her a dog if it says it right there.
Do you think that there's a context in which calling a woman a dog is a good idea? Is there a right way to call a woman a dog? Well,
I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to remember the story. That's
Sweet.
all, bro.
You said, and I quote, "Of course he called a woman a dog." All right. Is there a right way to call a woman a dog?
Hold on, let me see. What verse is this?
Turn it up. You said you already admitted that he did.
What?
So
verse
I
is
want you to answer the
what
question.
What verse
is there?
is that though?
Listen, you
What verse is
already
that?
admitted that he absolutely did.
But you said I could retract. You told me I could change my mind on if it's yes or no.
Oh, so are you going back? Are you saying no? He
Because
didn't call a woman a dog?
I'm trying to figure out, bro. Like, you know.
So you
what
said
verse
he
is-
absolutely called a woman a dog, but
what
now
verse
it's
are
not
we talking
absolute?
about? What verse? What's the
No,
verse?
hold up. No, listen, turn it up. Be intellectually honest. You said he absolutely called a woman a dog, but now you're saying he may not have? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
What verse you talking about, bro? Because now I think about it, you said he didn't call them. You're right. He didn't call the woman at the well a dog. He called a different woman a dog.
Sweet. Well, you said he absolutely called her a dog. So are you now saying that it's possible he didn't?
No, you're right. He did call her a dog.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Now,
he did.
so now my question is there a right way to call a woman a dog?
Of course not. It's not okay to do it at all. but
Okay. Well, then there we go. So what context do I need to put into this where it's bad? It's already bad.
If I recall, he praised the woman afterwards too.
He what?
He praises the woman like.
Oh, okay. So as long as you tell somebody a compliment, you can call them a dog first, right? Is that how that works?
I mean, at the end of the day, Jesus is portrayed to be holy. You know
Okay.
What I'm saying? So
Well,
it's
you already
righteous
admitted.
judgment.
You already
If-
admitted that
even
it's
if he-
not a good
if-
thing
if-
to do.
I don't think he's racist. I think it's righteous.
Okay.
judgment.
Why does he
He
call the
makes-
woman a dog? Why?
Why does he call her a dog? Because
why?
of the fact that if I'm correct, if I remember correctly,
why?
She's non-Jewish.
So that would be because she's not the right ethnicity, right?
Yes.
Which would be racist, right?
I mean, in today,
Right.
it would be considered racist. Yes, today. It would,
Okay,
but we
was
gotta
it
think about
racist?
2,000 years
Was it
ago, bro.
was it not
Racism
racist
wasn't
then?
Wasn't really
A race wasn't
deal
racism.
breaker. Like, people
Racism
didn't go
wasn't
around really
real.
racist. No, it wasn't like it was real. I'm not saying
Okay,
that, bro.
so was it
Hey,
really
calm down,
racist
bro.
back then?
Chill, bro.
Was it
Chill.
racist back then?
It wasn't it didn't play a big role as it did.
It's
today.
explicitly
It did
a
back
big
then.
role. That's why he's ignoring her. So did racism just not exist back then?
Races were exclusive to being saved, bro. Only to
Sweet.
the Jewish
So
people.
was racism? Did it exist did it exist back then? Did it?
I think you're gonna say that it exists less than. I think that's more of an answer, bro. It existed less than. It wasn't as big of a deal
Sweet.
as it is today.
So did racism exist back then?
Most likely.
Okay. Is this racist?
I mean, we gonna stay stuck on
It's
this.
just a yes or no.
It's racist. It's racist.
Okay. So therefore,
But you got to
the
understand
stories
though,
from Jesus.
Jesus
Okay,
came
now
came for a
listen.
specific race though.
You see,
So in itself, it's not really
yeah, that in and
racist.
of itself is
But
racist.
but if you read the Bible,
You're
it makes
just
it very
doubling
clear that he
down with
came
more
that he
racism.
came that
Oh
he
no,
came for
he's not
everyone
racist
though.
because he only likes one race.
But he comes for
He's
the
not
whole race
racist.
though, my guy.
He's just a supremacist. That's
Bro, y'all pushing it, man. You pushing it, bro. Stop it, bro.
So
You
you've
racist
admitted.
too, my
Listen,
guy.
listen. So number one,
Stop
you've
it.
admitted it was racist. Number two, you admitted that he calls a woman a dog specifically because she's another race or another ethnicity, which is racist, as you just stated multiple times. So you think that, and you admitted that Jesus absolutely did call a woman a dog, and that there's not a good way to do so. You are actually what you're experiencing right now is called cognitive dissonance. It's when you realize that what you believe doesn't make a lot of sense,
you got me in front
and
of
so
a whole audience, bro,
you're
to make
trying
me
to
out to
fight
be.
in your head.
You know what I'm saying?
What
Nah,
we're
bro.
witnessing right
I'm
now
just
is a
not.
crash
I'm
out
not good with.
because you are
I'm not good
trying
with
to fight
debating with
this.
people. You know what I'm saying? I
You're
say to
trying to
myself,
fight it.
bro.
Yeah,
It's not
we're
that. It's not
witnessing the
that deep,
crash
sir.
out because you were trying to fight this. It's cognitive
Sir, it's
dissonance.
not that deep, man. Look,
It
after
really
I leave
is.
this, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm going to continue my life, my guy.
Okay,
Like,
sweet,
it's nothing that deep.
So if
you know?
it's not that deep, you should be able to say there were racist things that Jesus said that we shouldn't actually listen to. Can you agree to that?
There were racist things that Jesus said that we shouldn't listen to.
Is that true?
Of course, because at the end of the day,
Okay. So if
Christ is
Jesus
considered to
says
be holy,
racist things that we shouldn't listen to, and sometimes he says some good things every once in a while, that's perfectly fine. But does that make him real?
I think so. At the
You
end
think
of the
it
day,
makes him real because
it's
a
all
book
based
has
on-
him
it's all
saying
based
racist
on
stuff?
The evidence and the research that you've done. Some people can come to the conclusion that Jesus is real. Some people come to
Sweet.
the conclusion
So
that he's
what?
not real.
So what
Based off
evidence
your
did you?
evidence,
So
what
what
you
evidence
found,
did you
and what
find
Google
that
has
said that he
shown
was
to you.
real? What evidence did you find to show that this racist piece of
my
shit was
own
real?
testimony. My own testimony.
Sweet.
What I've
Did you
experienced,
exist
not what
2,000
other
years
people
ago?
say. You said what?
Did you exist 2,000 years ago?
No, but the stories do.
Okay,
And
cool.
they're
And
passed
you
down
think
today.
that you think that you interacted with the same Jesus that was around 2,000 years ago, correct?
If the teachings are legit,
Yeah. So not if, I'm asking you a question, yes or no. Do you think that you interacted with the same Jesus that was walking around 2,000 years ago?
Of course. If
Oh, okay, of course. All right, fine enough.
I
want you to answer a question. Turn it up. It's a yes or no question. Are you Jewish?
Am I Jewish?
Mm-hmm.
Me?
Yep.
I.
Are you Jewish?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
What particular tribe?
Tribe of Judah.
Tribe of Judah. And what do you call yourselves?
I'm a Hebrew Israelite.
Ah, there it is. So you're not actually Jewish. And you think you're interacting with the same person who didn't come for the Jewish, or who only came for the Jewish people, and somehow you have a testimony where you're in like a relationship with this guy?
Relationship is just simply treating people as you want to be treated. It's just
Sweet,
that simple.
but you have a relationship with
simple.
somebody who you said only came for Jewish people, and you're not Jewish then.
Man, Jesus came for the world, my guy. He said
No, he
came
didn't.
for the
You said he
world.
only came for Jewish people. You
the-
said that earlier.
John 3:16 says it.
In fact, he explicitly stated in this particular
But what
text
does the
that
Father
he
say
came
though?
here.
The Father said what? He sent the Son into the world what? To not condemn it. So what does that mean?
Okay, cool. So again, you
I'm
just
saying, though,
said
like-
you just said that in this verse, Jesus says that he only came for Jewish people. You confirmed this. You also said that he was racist. But yet you have a relationship with a racist person and you follow this racist person and you think that he likes you and you're not Jewish? That's weird.
Bruh.
How did you determine that? How did you determine he likes you?
Because in the beginning of the Bible, it says
You
the Word
already
was with
said that he
God.
only came for
It
the Jewish
says
people.
The Word was with God, and the Word was God. You know what I'm saying?
Sweet,
He's
but you
granted
said that he
those
was
who believe
you
in him
said
to
that he
have
was
a
racist and
relationship
only
with him.
came
You know what I'm saying?
to Jewish people. Did you say that?
You said what?
Did you say that he only came for the Jewish people? Is that what you said?
Yeah, but as the Jewish people denied him,
No. Listen, it's
he
a
can't
yes or
come
no.
for people that
Okay,
denied him, though.
sweet. So he only came for the Jewish people, and you're not Jewish. So I guess he didn't come for you.
Initially, he didn't come for me, but again,
Oh,
he
okay.
said
Where
that
does he
those,
where does he end up
but
saying
he
where
said
does he
that
end up
those who
saying that
believe in him will not
he's
perish but
now
have
going to
everlasting
go
life
for
through him.
you? Where does he say that
Because
he
John
changed his mind?
3:16, like let me talk, bro. Can I talk? John 3:16, my guy.
Where does he say anything about non-Jewish people?
If you read the beginning of the Bible, or not the Bible, the gospel, it makes it very clear that the word was
John
with God.
3:16 is definitely not
And
at
the
the
word was
beginning of
God.
the
And then he granted those that who believe in him
no.
to have, yeah.
Sweet. And whosoever applies to what group? The Jewish people? The people he explicitly said he was there for?
But it also says no, neither Greek nor Jew. Oh no, Gents, yeah. So think about different verses though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, different verses.
You see how you're like overcooked at this point, right?
I mean, listen, bro. At the end of the day,
Like,
man.
you see how you got cooked for about 31 minutes on this live?
Cook for what, bro? Listen, man.
You cooked
Do
for the
you, do
fact
you
that
have a
you've
life
never
outside
read
of
your
doing
Bible.
this, bro? On the real, bro.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't read my Bible, boy. Because you know why?
Because it's stupid and you actually have at least
No,
a couple brain cells that are fighting.
Because it's the message. Hey, bro, stop coming at me sideways, bro. Have some respect, bro. Because at the end of the day,
I
bro,
don't
you
respect
yourself
you
is
at
not
all.
mentally.
You've been saying a whole
Bro,
bunch of
you
shit that's demonstrably
yourself
false.
walking around with a mental illness, my guy, talking about other people and their beliefs, my nigga. Is you cool? Stop coming at me sideways, dude. You're
Cool.
miserable.
Your
with your
beliefs,
life.
you can't
I can
even
tell you're
support
miserable,
them.
bro.
You can't even tell me
But
what your beliefs
you're
are.
miserable, my guy. This is what you do every day, my nigga. You're miserable. You're not happy with your life. You're not content.
I'm pretty
You trying
happy
to tell
with
me
it.
you happy doing this every day? No, you're not, bro. You're trying to make yourself happy by trying to find meaning in your virtuous last life.
No.
Come on now, guy.
Nah.
You're worthless, my nigga.
Sweet.
This is what you do. This is what you do for with your freedom.
Is this what you
Your
do
freedom of
with your
choice,
freedom?
your free will.
You come up here for 33 minutes to get spanked and then crash
sit
out?
up here and try to debunk Christians all day. Yeah, you mentally ill, my
Well,
nigga.
it was pretty easy to debunk you.
I couldn't care less if you could, bro. But there's other motherfuckers out here that will really go back and forth with you. I really don't care, my nigga. You have a mental
you
illness.
were up here for
Your ass
33
is-
minutes.
Your ass is slow. Yeah, bro, wasting your time because you're a fucking dumbass. Thank you, man. My wife cooking for me, man. I gotta go. You got a wife, my guy? You got a wife? You got kids?
Oh yeah.
Tend to them real quick.
Yeah,
Tend to
sweet.
them
Yeah.
real quick. You know what I'm
I'll
saying?
go
Take
say
care
hi
of
to
them.
your mom
Stop
here.
trying to-
I'll
stop
go
trying
say hi to your
debunk
mom
people's
later on.
belief system and shit, you retard.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There's that Christian love. That's funny. All right. Yeah. So yeah, he just decided to crash out there at the end. All right. That's funny. Okay, so I want to go get to some super chats really fast. Let's see. $2 there from Dionysian Masks says, I heard it's your birthday. Keep up the good work. It's not. It hasn't been for about a month. 2 pounds from Neptune Colt says, God damn it. Happy birthday. Bless T. I don't know what that is. Celestial Lesbian Penguins. What? $2 Canadian from Rebel Apostate says, yay, hold their context. Christian queef to the fire. Yes. Sometimes you just gotta hold the Christians to the fire and they will show you how much they really know and who they really are. We've got a couple people coming up here. The first person is, and by the way, if you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I'll read it out loud and respond to it. Or you can click the link in the chat and come up here on TikTok. TikTok is how I take guests. I do not take guests on YouTube because that's impossible. But if you want to come up here on TikTok, perfectly fine. I want to have a conversation with you. I want to hear from you, but you're going to have to click the link and come up here on TikTok. Or send a super chat and I'll read it. What is going on, Chitara? Chitara, are you there? What?
Hello?
It's really quiet.
Can you hear me?
Barely.
I don't know how I got
Let
me down and let me back and bring me back up because something's wrong with my phone.
We might be. Can you guys hear her?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I mean, I can hear you, but
I'm a little too low.
It sounds well. Yeah. Okay. You're fine. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me see. I got an earpiece. Let me put my earpiece in. They brought me up. I'll be right back. Let me see. I got an earpiece. I'm trying to put my earpiece in. Maybe I'll be a little louder to ask the question. Let me see.
While Chitara's getting everything going over there, we got $2 there from Zeno Laputa that says, Yorkub isn't happy when we abuse Twitter chats. And then $1.99 from Weck7 says, did rabbis create the New Testament? Who did? No. Rabbis did not create the New Testament. You would have like people from Asia Minor. The first person to publish a gospel is a guy from Sinope, which is like on the coast of Black Sea. In present-day Turkey, but it's back then it was called Bithynia and Pontus. That was the province there within Rome. It's in Asia Minor, and his name's Marcion. He's from Sinope when he creates the he publishes, and that's actually a topic that Matthew and I are going over. We believe now that he actually wrote Evangelion there. So Evangelion would be written there in like late 130s, early 140s, published in 144. But yeah, you're back. Sound better?
Yes.
Okay.
Sound better? Okay.
Yeah, pretty close. Okay, what you got?
So when Paul was on the road to Damascus, the Bible said the Spirit of the Lord knocked him to the ground, and he said, "Who are you?" So does that mean he saw Jesus, or did he see a spirit?
I mean, it's just a story, I guess.
It's a story, but it says that he was going to kill Christians, like persecute Christians and cut their heads off.
Whoa.
And,
okay. There's a number of things you can't say on TikTok. But,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
so sorry.
yeah, I mean that's the idea, is that he was persecuting Christians or something like that. And he ends up having this Damascus Road conversion and whatnot. I mean, obviously he didn't meet Jesus specifically, because this is well after Jesus is supposedly crucified and ascended and everything like that, according to the story. But it is interesting because Jesus actually ends up quoting from a text called the Bacchae, which is about Dionysus, the Greek god of wine and partying, talking to someone who is persecuting his church there on earth. And he says, it is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. And this is something that actually shows up in Paul's conversion story as well. So it's pretty obvious that this didn't actually happen, that they're pulling it from something else.
Oh, you took the words out of my mouth. That's just exactly what I was going to say. It's compatible to a lot of stories that I heard. So I wasn't coming up to refuse to hear your argument, because I believe he never existed too.
Right.
That was just my.
Oh yeah. I mean, so there's a lot of really knowledgeable people there in the chat and everything like that. And if you're interested at all, a little bit of a shameless plug here. I haven't plugged it today, but I got a book on the topic. Christ Before Jesus. Me and my co-author, what we do is we take a look at the New Testament in Greek and compare it with itself and other things in Greek and try to find out when it was written. And we see that it was written in the 2nd century. And so some of these different things, like you kind of found about like Paul and how there's things that are clearly being pulled from to make these stories. This is really explained by the fact that this is a 2nd century mythology that is being written. Like they're pulling from different things to try to make the Jesus and Paul story.
Make it, yep.
Yeah.
So do you have the link to your book?
Oh yeah, the link is in my bio here on TikTok, and it's on the YouTube profile. The ebook is just $3. We're not gonna be like trying to charge a crazy price for it. There is a print version and an audiobook version, but the ebook is just $3.
Okay, yeah, I'll get it. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. And feel free to send a DM or send an email. Our email address is there in the book as well. So you can send an email or send a DM if you have any questions. And hang around, because there's a lot of people in the chat that are really knowledgeable. We have a Discord and stuff like that where people talk about this kind of stuff. So yeah, you'd probably really enjoy it.
I will. I'll be in the chat. Thank you.
All right,
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. That was Chitara. W's there. W's for Chitara there. Chitara sounds like a cool Mortal Kombat character too. That sounds like Chitara wins. Oh, that'd be awesome.
Flawless victory. Fatality.
All right, Hasham, what you got?
Hey, how's it going?
Chitara's from Thundercats? Is that just for? Oh, okay. I didn't watch Thundercats. Sorry, I'm not.
Hello.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. No, actually, I'm pretty sure my wife did watch Thundercats though. When she comes in, I think she's.
It is from one of those shows, I think.
Yeah, I think it's like the.
I think so.
Yeah.
Like what the one you just said, I think. What's the name? Some cats, something, some sort of cats or whatever.
Anyways, Hasham, what you got, man?
Yes. I don't like. I'm not gonna make any strong assertions. I've heard you're live on YouTube as well, and so this is. I would like to learn as well if I'm wrong, but
Okay.
I'm not Christian. First of all, I'm Muslim actually, just for the
Okay.
record. And so I do believe Jesus existed. The thing is, the reason why I was curious as to like talking to you was to know what do you think about the Romans writing about Jesus? Because as far as I've known, and I may be wrong, the Romans like for the crucifixion, there's like Roman accounts of that or something, or at least one.
Why would you be arguing for that? You don't think that Jesus was crucified?
Yeah, I was wondering if you'd bring it up because
I mean, that makes your argument worse.
How come?
As a
Because,
Muslim, do you believe that Jesus was crucified?
No, I do not.
Okay, so then why are you
But I
using
do
any kind of
believe-
Roman record of his crucifixion as evidence for him?
I'll tell you why. Because well, this is a kind of irrelevant, but I don't believe he was crucified. But I've heard that there are Roman accounts claiming that they saw Jesus as being crucified, and I actually don't have a problem with that, because the idea is that in Islamic, this is because you're not aware of the like Quran and what it says, because in the Quran it doesn't necessarily say. We do have room for the Romans actually seeing that happen, because in the Quran it says وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ وَمَا صَلَبُوهُ وَلَكِنْ شُبِّهَ لَهُم. So it says that they did not kill him and they did not crucify him. However, it was shown to be that way, or it was shown as such.
So in other words, magic. So in other words,
no,
in
no,
order
yeah,
to in order to use these people talking about how Jesus existed, you have to.
No, not talking, because the Quran, like other places.
No.
Quran
Listen.
Yes, go on.
Was Jesus physically crucified? Yes or no?
No, he wasn't.
Okay. So in order for people to somehow write about Jesus being crucified, these Roman people who you're alluding to, you have to appeal to magic. The idea that he was portrayed as this, but he wasn't actually crucified.
Can I just? I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I just
wanted
wanted
that was it.
Oh, that was it? Okay, that's fine. It's the thing is, I need to explain because you need to understand like the Quranic position, right? Because I know
Quranic
you don't
position
know
is
the
that
Bible.
he wasn't crucified.
Yes,
So
but
unless you can somehow explain to me how all these people who are from the Romans and say that he was crucified, but they're talking about him really, but he wasn't crucified.
Right, but like, look, that's not the entire Quranic position. The Quranic position is that it was shown to be that way to the Romans.
Okay,
And,
cool. By what? By way of what?
By God. By
Yeah. Okay, that's my point. You're
exactly.
You don't
So
get it.
from
You're
a-
appealing to magic. In other
No, I'm
words,
not appealing to magic.
yes,
Listen,
you
listen.
are. Listen. You
This
don't
is
understand.
but
You
this
don't
is
understand.
irrelevant,
You don't
I
understand.
do I think
No.
you don't,
You are
listen.
appealing to people who are saying that he got crucified as evidence that he existed but wasn't crucified. And the
No,
only
I'm,
real way that you explain away that is by saying, well, there was magic involved that somehow made them tricked him into thinking he was crucified. So that way I don't have to accept this part of what I'm trying to show you, but
No.
I can accept this other part of what I'm trying to show you. It's magic. That's all you're doing.
Okay, can I just ask you like two questions? Number one, how is this relevant to what you do and what I'm asking you? Because we're talking about the existence of Jesus, number one. Number
Sweet.
two,
Yeah, and you
number
appeal
two,
to somebody
how
who
do
is
you-
talking about
number-
Jesus in a way
number
that
two-
you don't believe actually happened.
No, I do believe
Thank
that
you.
what he's
By the
saying.
way,
Listen,
Chitara. Who is Chitara? Okay, so she knows Thundercats. I didn't know
Right.
Thundercats. It sounded like
Okay.
someone from Mortal Kombat
It
or
is-
something.
I think it is.
She's a
Thundercats,
cheetah?
by the way.
Is it like a main character? Is it a bad guy or a good guy? Well, yeah, I just say guy, just in general. Is it good? So she's good. Well, I don't think I'd be like, is she a bad girl or a good girl? Like, that's really, I can't say that. I just say, I bet. Anyways, all right. Thank you, by the way. All right. So again, okay.
Yes,
So
I was
look,
saying
you're appealing to a story that
already.
says that Jesus was crucified, and you're saying,
Yes, you said that already.
This
I
means
was-
I'm going to use this, but he wasn't crucified.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
But
And I want you to
let me just-
explain to me, without appealing to magic, how this is a viable argument.
Why do you want me to why do you want me to explain something on your terms? Let me just go.
Because
I
if
just
you
have to
appeal
make
to magic, then I'm going to appeal to magic for the Book of Mormon, which says
brother,
that
let
it's
me
true.
speak.
No, listen.
Brother,
listen.
I can't. You're not.
Shut the fuck up, dude. You got to learn how to be quiet when the host is talking. All right. I am telling you why I'm answering your fucking question. You said, why do I have to agree on your terms? Because your terms include shit that would automatically make everything possible. Everything is possible. Jesus could be a velociraptor who wasn't crucified. Because I've got a magic book that says that that's the case. I don't know how to tell you that, man. I don't know how to break it down any further for your infantile mind that if you appeal to magic, it opens it up to all forms of magic. The Book of Mormon says it's the truest book on the planet that's ever been written. That surpasses both the Bible and the Quran. Okay, I guess the Quran is wrong then. Because the Book of Mormon says it. You see how dumb that is? So please, without magic, show me how you can viably use these Roman citations or these Roman quotes as evidence for Jesus. It's not going to go anywhere because it's not actually as if they're actually talking about Jesus anyways. If you want me to argue like a Christian, like you were a Christian, I
show
could.
you now, my friend?
Yes, please. But we're not going to appeal to. We're not going to appeal to magic for it.
Yes, we're not. We're not.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you please sum your name? Can you please sum your name?
Yorkub.
I want to be Yorkub. Okay.
Yeah.
Yorkub, my friend. Please, you need to let me explain. You're just misrepresenting my position unintentionally. I'm not saying it's intentional.
All right, please just explain it.
Right. From a theist perspective, my position is not depending upon magic. My position is depending upon.
Okay, then then cut to the Jesus Christ, dude! I gave you one job and one job only. I don't want to hear about your theology. I don't want to hear about. No, okay, if you unmute when I mute you until I'm done talking, you will be disconnected. All right, God, these people are annoying, and by these people I mean fanatics, these fundamentalists for whatever religion that they actually belong to, that just appeal to magic and can't wrap their head around the idea that sometimes magic isn't going to work. It's not going to work whenever we're talking about whether or not someone existed, dude. It's ridiculous. Okay, now please, for the love of all that is holy, tell me, without appealing to magic, why you feel like you can use the Romans who talk about him being crucified as evidence for him, but not crucified.
Not appealing to magic, I can say this because of whatever is within the bounds of the text of the Quran. So if my basis was just magic, I could just make up anything.
Sweet.
But as long as
just go ahead.
Thank you. As long as it fits the text of the Quran, that is my standard. And,
okay.
That is my
so
position.
How did these Romans talk about him being crucified when he wasn't crucified?
What do you mean? Oh yeah, it's because that's a separate question. We're not.
That's the question I'm asking.
Look, listen. You think with your brain.
Sweet.
I'm gonna ask you,
please think with yours. I don't know of any other part of your body that can think.
My body. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm making a point.
Just answer the question, man. How did the Romans talk about? How did the Romans talk about? Stop giving the fucking meta, dude. You keep talking about what I'm saying. Like, just answer the fucking question. How did they talk about Jesus being crucified when he wasn't crucified? Give me the answer. God damn it. I sent you an invite to unmute. Unmute and just answer the question. Stop talking about the meta.
From a theist perspective, God can do that anyhow. Like he can do that anyway.
So you appeal to magic. There it goes. God damn it. They don't understand what that means. They have no idea what it means. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Let's see. There's actually a MK character called Natara. Natara is... Yeah. It's like a vampire type character. She's voiced by Megan Fox? I didn't know that. All right. Let's see. We've got Truth Over Tea.
What's up, man?
Hey.
Hey, I'm a little limited on time. I tried to come up earlier for my short break here, but I'll do what I can. I wanted to ask you about your Marcion view. If I heard you correctly, you said that Marcion is the author I don't know if you said of just the Gospels or the entire New Testament. Was
I
it?
mean, kind of depends. So I would say that he's the author of Evangelion, which is the first gospel to be published. This is in 144. It serves as the basis for like Mark, which I mean, Marcion's name was pronounced Markion. It literally means little Mark. We also have Luke, which utilizes Evangelion between chapters 4 and 22 pretty much directly with only slight edits. Matthew pulls from some of its information and it's like a refutation. It's written as a refutation to Marcion. John, of course, is just after Matthew and Luke and still technically pulls from it, but not like that much. The Pauline epistles are first published by Marcion in 144. In their earliest iterations, which are much smaller than what we have today in the canonical versions. So later editions are made to make the canonical versions, but still there is a Marcionite core. So to say that Marcion wrote the Gospels is not true, but he did create the IP that started it, if that makes sense. And you could kind of say that he wrote or published like some of what is in the Pauline epistles today. He is indirectly / directly responsible for everything in the New Testament as we have it today, but not everything is direct. Most of it's indirect.
Okay, so when you say publish,
Mhm.
are you stating like he first like
Comes out with it.
made it? Okay, so
He
there
publishes
was
the
no
first New
Gospels.
Testament canon in 144. Yeah.
Okay, so there were no Gospels. So you're
Prior to
saying
him,
that
no.
he wrote this post Didache. He did this.
No, Didache is late 2nd century. It actually is aware of like 1 Timothy and 2 Timothy, and 1 Timothy mentions Antitheses, which is a book from Marcion, as well as Gnosticism, which is a 2nd century concept. 2 Timothy actually mentions Crescens, the scribe of Polycarp, and also mentions Carpus there at the end of the text. Crescens dies in 180. So it's pretty clear that the Didache is something from the late 2nd century. That's actually when it was dated initially. It's only here recently that they shoved it early, but there's no evidence whatsoever for the Didache being early.
Okay, because like consensus is between 70 and 120.
Yeah, fucking no. No, it's aware of 1 Timothy, and 1 Timothy again mentions things from Marcion, a book from him, and Gnosticism, which would show up like post 144. So in no way, shape, or form could the Didache be prior to 120. Doesn't even make any sense.
Is this in your Christ Before Jesus book?
Yeah, we actually go over the Didache.
Okay.
It's under a section called "What the Didache Didn't Say."
Okay, gotcha. So, I guess we don't have any manuscripts of Marcion. So
Yeah,
where
we
are we
might.
getting this?
P69, aptly named, is actually considered to either be the Gospel of Luke or Marcion's Evangelion because, again, the material is the same thing. But yeah, it could actually be from him, so we don't know.
Yeah, but as of now, we don't have that. Like, there's some people that say that that could be, but that would be a 3rd century. I guess that doesn't necessarily make it impossible to
Literally
be
all manuscripts of the New
beforehand.
Testament is 3rd century.
Not P52.
P52 is a fragment, not a manuscript, and is also the last year of the 2nd century. So, okay,
The last year of the 2nd century.
correct.
John Ryland's fragment? I thought that was
Yep.
125 to 150.
Nope. It is over at the John Rylands Research Institute and Library at the University of Manchester. Let me see if I can pull this up here. Maybe not. I don't know. But nevertheless, it is something that is now dated, according to John Rylands Research Institute. It is now dated to. It is now dated to 200.
So it's changed from the previous view.
Correct. There's P52 there at the University of Manchester's website there. You can actually read this. This is what I've been reading for the last 2 years now. It says, widely regarded as the earliest portion of any New Testament writing ever found, it provides us with invaluable evidence on the spread of Christianity in the provinces of the Roman Empire in the first centuries of our era. The first editor, in other words, the first person to come out with the information about it, dated the fragment to the first half of the 2nd century between 100 to 150, which is where you're getting your date. The date was estimated paleographically by comparing the handwriting with other manuscripts. What this site used to actually say is that paleography is not an exact science and requires documents, a large number of documents to come in, most of which are administrative. So anyways, it says recent research points to a date near to 200, but there is as yet no convincing evidence that any earlier fragments from the New Testament survive. P52
Okay, so
dates to the last year of the 200, or last year of the 2nd century. And I would say that because it's of the Gospel of John, we date the Gospel of John to about 160, 165, so that falls in line with it. It's not really a problem.
Okay, is P69 the entire Marcion
No.
Gospel of Luke, or it's just a fragment, right?
It is considered a manuscript because it's quite a bit. Let's see, P69 papyrus here. So P69. Well, I guess Well, it depends. It depends on how you want to call it, but I guess you could say fragment. Yeah, they call it a fragment on Wikipedia at least.
Why do we say that that is Marcion?
Because it's the same words. They don't know. They don't know as if it's Luke or Marcion. That's what I said. They don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, how
It
would
says
we know?
we don't. I don't know how to tell you. We don't and we can't.
So
we don't
why
and we
would you
can't.
think it's Marcion then?
Because they're the same words.
I guess I'm failing to see where the connection is. So
Evangeline and Luke have the same material. So as a result,
the Evangelion of Marcion.
Yeah.
right?
I call it Evangeline, Evangelion. It doesn't really matter. It's still it means gospel in Greek. But he
Right.
publishes that in 144. The Gospel of Luke comes after it and utilizes Evangelion and adds to it mostly chapters at the beginning with John the Baptist's birth, Jesus' birth, and then the genealogy of Jesus and the baptism of Jesus in chapter 3. And then it starts utilizing it about halfway through chapter 4 is when it really starts kicking off and utilizing the prior material. And it even fucking says that there's prior material that's at the beginning. Anyways, the point is, then it adds a couple chapters to the end, or at least edits the end to some extent, because those are the easiest places that you could edit or add something is to the beginning and end of something. If you try to add something in the middle, it's wonky. But there are slight edits throughout most of it. There's slight edits, but not huge additions. But yeah, the Gospel of Luke absolutely post dates 144, post dates Marcion's Evangelion or Evangeline. And so as a result, when we get this fragment that is over Luke 22, 41, 45 through 48 to some extent, and then 22, 58 through 61. These are all verses in both Luke and found in Evangeline or Evangelion. So we don't know. We don't know what it's for, and
Okay,
we're
so
not gonna know.
So this is all we have
Mhm.
that could be considered a Marcion manuscript.
Like the actual manuscript or fragments. Sure. Why? I mean, yeah.
Well, if we don't have any complete manuscripts in Marcion, I'm just not sure what you're basing your view.
Oh,
to
you don't
say,
know
no.
how we know what he said?
Well, we can deduce from what the other church fathers say, what
Yeah.
people write.
Okay.
Right. So is that where you're getting the majority of this from?
I mean, the majority of the information found in Evangelion and the Apostolicon, which would be the letters of Paul, come from Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen. I mean, for them to say that he is taking from the Gospel of Luke would be a bit odd. Like if he didn't do that, or if they didn't believe that he did that. If it was something completely different from the Gospel of Luke, why would they say that it's the Gospel of Luke?
But they said he was taking from the Gospel of Luke.
Yeah, I'm aware.
They're not saying Luke is taking from Marcion.
I'm aware.
Or
Irenaeus,
whoever
however,
read.
does state that the Marcionites claim the inverse happened, that they believe that their gospel came first, and that the Gospel of Luke is just their gospel with additions made to it. So we dive into it, and we can find through a myriad of different ways that the Gospel of Luke is absolutely after Marcion. But nevertheless, it doesn't fucking matter. The point is, you're asking how do we know what's in it, and we're saying that Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen said that it was the Gospel of Luke, with pieces removed is what they said. So basically a smaller version of the Gospel of Luke. That's fine. And it wouldn't make any sense for them to have said that if it wasn't. That doesn't make any sense. Like if it was a completely different gospel that didn't say anything from the Gospel of Luke, I don't know why they would all three say that it has the Gospel of Luke's information in there. I mean, they're trying to say that he's taking from Luke. I get that. But nevertheless, if it was something that has nothing to do with Luke, neither side would be saying that. The Marcionites would not be saying, hey, they stole from us to make Luke. And the Christians, the proto-Catholics, would not be saying, hey, you took from Luke to make yours. If it's something completely unrelated and doesn't have anything to do with it and is completely a different text, why are both sides arguing over
I think
Luke?
that the simpler hypothesis would be that Marcion borrowed from Luke.
No. Not at all.
rather than vice
No,
versa.
no. The Gospel of Luke, absolutely between chapters 4 through 22. And I keep saying that because through data science, we can actually determine that that is a completely separate author from the rest of Luke, like the beginning and
Through
the end,
stylometric.
as well as all of all his Acts. All of Acts comes all the time will come up with the beginning of Luke and the end of Luke, because that's the same author. It's a completely separate author there for Luke. Not only can we see this through stylometrics, but we can also see it through the fact that there's a verse in chapter 4 where it starts utilizing Evangeline that is out of place in the Gospel of Luke, but is not out of place in the Gospel of Evangeline. It's also not found in any other book aside from Evangeline. So, I mean, yeah, dude, it's pretty bad. Not to mention, no one even fucking mentions like Gospels or even alludes to them until Justin Martyr does in 155, and no one quotes or even says anything remotely close to something in the Gospel of Luke until 155 with Justin Martyr talking about the Jesus sweating drops of blood, and still even then he doesn't say he got it from the Gospel of Luke. So it's pretty bad, man. It's pretty bad. Do you have anything else?
Well, that to me is just like arguments from silence.
No, it's not, dude. It's really not. We actually have evidence to suggest that it is using, not suggest, to show us that it is using the Gospel of Evangeline first. Like, it's not just the argument of silence. I've literally provided you with evidence as well as the argument from silence. So, it doesn't fucking matter,
Well,
dude.
listen,
Do you have anything else?
I have to hop off, but I'd like to come back again. I
That's
do want
perfectly
to
fine.
read your book.
That's perfectly fine. But our book absolutely will anchor the idea that the Gospel of Luke and the Book of Acts are 2nd century. They're mid-2nd century. There's no way around it. There really isn't.
Okay.
And you wouldn't have any evidence to suggest otherwise.
Do you guys suggest, or do you go over like Josephus and Tacitus and stuff in the book too?
Yeah, there's a chapter on the ancient historians. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for your time, man. I'll talk to you later.
Perfect. All right. Let's see here. I am time, I guess. Is that the name? Oh, Triple H. That's like a wrestler, right? Pretty sure it is. Is Triple H the guy? Is that the guy that does the suck it thing?
The suck. Oh, you talking about wrestling? No, this has nothing to do with wrestling. No. But no, it stands for hard hitting heretic.
Who does that thing? Who does that thing?
That was X-Pac, if I ain't mistaken.
I don't know who that is.
You talking about where he used to throw his hands in an X across his crotch?
Yeah. Who's that supposed to be?
That was X-Pac. X-Pac. He was just a wrestler back in the day. I didn't watch it too much, but I do remember that. But no, Jaron, it was a mistake. I didn't mean to request. But
you didn't. Okay. Well, any questions while you're up here?
No, not at the moment. I'm looking over to Marcion's work as well. So.
Oh yeah. Marcion is wild, and I truly do believe that he is really the key to understanding a lot of like the dating of this thing, and also just trying to figure out what Christianity looked like prior to being a text-based religion. So it's definitely a very interesting.
Yeah, well, Christianity. Sorry, I had a phone call. Apologize. Christianity today is nothing compared to what it was prior.
Yeah. Very, very different. Yeah. But anyways.
Totally different. But yeah, it was a mistake, Jaron. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thanks for coming up. That was I Am Time, everybody. I Am Time. And then HHH. But not Triple H, apparently. Apparently not. Yeah, there's a yeehaw. Can I get a yeehaw? Let me see if I can get a yeehaw. I think I can get a yeehaw. That's a pretty long one, actually. All right. Let's see. If you're on YouTube and you want to come up, you definitely can. Click the link in the chat or send a super chat, and I will read it, even if it says that I'm just a dumb douchebag who doesn't know anything about the Bible. Let's see. I learned something last night. Can I share it? Speaking of... What is that? I think it was maybe an Indian song, maybe.
You're supposed to dance to that.
Oh, the best I got. Speaking of dumb douchebags who don't have any idea about the Bible,
yeah. We're supposed to dance, Jaron. We're supposed to dance.
So stupid. stupid. All right. Cyber, what you got, buddy? What you got?
Yeah, so last night, Redheaded Trouble and I were in a Christian Live. Emily Neptune down there in chat was a witness to this. And this guy was getting absolutely curb stopped like the entire time. But I did learn his greatest argument was that when you go to seminary or you go to school for theology, it takes you away from the Bible and Christianity. That was his argument. It did get spicy.
Mike, you keep sending the song that's called Baby Boy. Anyways, yeah, I mean, that, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Good Boy, huh? Jaren, you're supposed to dance.
I'm not dancing to that. It said something about foot fam. What is that? Oh, is that what you call the people who like Bigfoot?
Jaren, you haven't told the people about our OF account?
Only
You
feet?
haven't told them about our Only Feets. You haven't told them about it yet?
What is happening?
I don't know. I randomly just got put up here, but I'm gonna dip.
Okay, well, Rainforest, what you got? Because apparently there's all kinds of crap that's being played here. Okay.
Put your mouth around it.
You're running off guess. I'm this close. I am this close to making it to where if you send a song, you will be banned.
Wait, did AZ Mike send that last one?
No, he sent the one that was like something about like baby boy something. I don't know.
AZ Mike, you gotta send the can you put your mouth around it and we'll see.
No, okay, stop it. Stop it. All right. So what if anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, please, for the love of God, come up here and give evidence for them. Please.
I don't know what any of this shit is, and I'm fucking scared.
Nah, I don't think you can disable the song gifts. They don't let you disable those specifically.
I wish you could, like, I will say, I think the song gifts are pretty distracting.
Well, like, if I'm in the middle of a conversation and it starts playing. But for the most part, most people are pretty chill with, like, when they do them. Yeah, you'd have to disable all gifts or something.
Oh, shit!
All right. They are, I mean, they're... What? All right. So, yeah, thank you. All right, so if you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you.
Come on up.
David Andrew on on YouTube says, "Don't even think about ending the sounds. I hate them. They're awful." Let's see. There are some people over on the live chat on YouTube that I'm seeing. It's dumb and not even. No, it's not evident enough, bro. This ain't a fairy tale.
It is too.
I mean, it's definitely a fairy tale. It says Jesus is attested not only in the New Testament, but also by non-Christian writers such as Tacitus, who recorded that Christus was executed under Pontius Pilate during the reign of Tiberius, and Jose. I think they started writing Josephus, but yeah.
I like that pronunciation of the traitorous Josephus.
Jose. Yeah, if you've got any evidence, then send it in a super chat or Come on up. I want to hear from you. The request button is right there above Cyber's head or down there below the microphone. Kind of ish. All right. We got somebody who I think has. What?
Go ahead.
Oh, what'd you say?
I was going to say too, though, but like, I think you need to make it a requirement whenever somebody. So I think what you need to do is whenever somebody brings up like Tacitus or Josephus, like you should ask them if they've actually read the text or if it's just a quick Google search. Like ask them like, what does it say? Like, what have you read?
That's what I do. I say, what do they say about it? All right, Colin. Colin Cosmos, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here.
What you got for us, buddy?
I was thinking about Timothy, that how those letters from Timothy or Book of Timothy is like for sure amongst the Catholic Church and other institutions. They agreed that that is not canon. It was a complete forgery. That got brought up briefly amongst a podcast I was listening to about Paul and how he's really the one who modernized it for us past the Council of Nicaea when they were putting that character together.
Okay.
Hey, quick question. What are you doing in the background? Because there might be people wearing earbuds and stuff, and it might be causing their brain to get spicy.
Oh. Nope, not me.
All right. So,
I mean, I was. What do you mean spicy? What was that?
Yeah,
that was
what,
a weird.
what's all the noise in the background, man? What's all that?
Does it just sound like static?
No, it sounds like you're smacking shit, like you're, I don't know, like sweeping or something.
Or like sharpening a knife, pounding hammers, opening soda cans.
Yeah, it sounded like he was opening a soda can at some point.
I didn't know these earphones were that good. No, I was just rolling a cigarette and scooping off my excess tobacco.
Oh, yeah. Well, it absolutely sounded like you were working in a soda tasting factory or something. Okay. So, anyways, the point is, what's your point about like Timothy? I mean, yes, 1 Timothy, 2 Timothy, the pastorals, they're definitely not Paul, but what would be? So, what was your argument or what was your question?
Oh, what do you think of? I guess if I have to put in a question, what do you think of Paul? Like, it seems like because I grew up Christian, and
I say that he doesn't even exist.
Tried to go to. I think Paul existed.
No.
Do you? Is that something that you would a hill you would die on that Paul existed?
This might piss some people off. I don't think Jesus existed as we know him, but people like Paul did.
Do you think that we have
to write it up?
Do you think that we have historical evidence for Paul?
Not as much as we have for Jesus, too. That's a good point.
So why do you think Paul existed?
Just, I don't know. It's more familiar to me, I guess, the way he's like, oh, I was a murderer, and now I'm saved. But what he says and how he met.
Well, so were Harry Potter's parents, but they don't exist.
Whoa. What?
Harry Potter's parents, Voldemort, Avada Kedavra them right out of existence.
Well, okay, if I think I know what you're saying. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John never existed either.
Yeah, dude, it's kind of like you're getting it now. Yeah, it's mythology. It's fake.
Maybe he was the Buddha for that part of the world.
Well, question though, because you said something. Do you think that in the Pauline letters he said I got murdered to death in his own letters?
I think he said. I think he was trying to say he did the schmurder.
Yeah, he did the schmurder. He redeemed himself through Christ. He made a big spiel about it. Sent a bunch of letters off to people, you know, telling them how they were wrong and he was right. And,
So, do you have evidence of Paul, though? What evidence? Like, is this a hill you would die on that Paul existed?
as a framework, yeah, as a real person, though.
All right. Well, we're moving on from that guy. God damn.
Chat,
I'm sorry,
we were
guys.
trying to get him. We were trying to get him.
Well, it was like playing Jenga with wet bars of soap. We weren't getting anywhere. That's the problem. Let's see.
Yeah, that was flaccid mode.
Dancing. Shit, I don't know what that is.
How many people you got on YouTube right now?
On YouTube, there are 338 people watching.
All right, Jaron, you lost the game. Boom, 600 people. Y'all just lost the game.
All right. If you got any evidence for Jesus Paul, please come up. I don't know what they're saying there. I have to get back to work. Cyber came up here just to kind of make us all lose the game and then just bounce. Crazy. Hey, it's Kim. Kim's in here. Thank you for that. All right. If you're on YouTube and you want to come up, that's not a problem. Click the link in the chat. That is how I take guests. I take guests over on TikTok. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come over to TikTok, not a problem. Just send a super chat and I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. But yeah, if you do want to come up, I'm more than happy to talk to you. But I take guests on TikTok. What's for lunch? I got a turkey and cheese sandwich as well as some chips and salsa. Some lovely chips and salsa, and washing it down with. I don't even know what song that was. I don't think it was a real song. I think it was AI. But washing it down with a 7-Eleven replenish. And this is actually the second time that I've mentioned 7-Eleven today, which is kind of wild. No, Trevor Trev. All right. It is more my style, but I'm pretty sure it was an AI song. This sounded like Hillsong. So I'll stand with arms high and heart abandoned. Sorry to all the Baptist kids that just got fucking triggered there. All right. You seem to like 7-Eleven. No, I think it's just nearby. Jaron, did you ever listen to 11D7? 11D7? That sounds ridiculous. I know that it's wrong to form an opinion on only what I see. But in my defense, it's really hard to know when MySpace is the only thing that you ever show. So no, I've never heard of him. Nope. All right. Let's see. Okay. What is happening? All right. I need fresh meat, not this thing you're doing, bro. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm waiting for people to come up and give me evidence for Jesus or Paul. All right.
Bella! Where the hell have you been, Loca?
I like getting it deeper. All right. 11:07. Is 7-Eleven sponsoring Virtue 2 Feral today? Possibly, if Virtue 2 Feral was in the chat. Is Jared 7.5 enough? She's probably still live. Probably. She's been live all morning.
Bruh.
All right. Verse time. Is it verse time? It might be verse time. All right, guys, remember, I'm doing it again. But 1 Peter 3:15 tells you that if you are a Bible-believing Christian, you need to get your ass in gear and get up here and give me evidence. Because 1 Peter 3:15 says, always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give a reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect. It says to always be prepared to give a defense. See, this is why. This is why. This is my 13th reason why. I'm telling you. Absolutely. But anyways, you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe. Come on up here. Come on up here. Save the puppies. If you don't come up here and give evidence for Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago, God's going to unalive a puppy twice. Same puppy. Same puppy. He's just going to bring it back. There it goes. Gone. Do I have a sound for what's going to happen to that puppy? Right here.
Nice.
And that was God. He was saying nice. Anyways, again, look it up. It's in Proverbs. Told you this earlier. It's in Proverbs. I don't make the rules. I don't break the rules. Save the save the puppies, guys. Save the puppies. Save the puppies. The puppy does come back after 3 days, so it's okay. They don't stay dead. My puppy's too cute. Save the puppy. Oh my god. Oh my god. But until then, I guess we're just waiting for Christians to come up. All right. Come on up, Christians. Colin Cosmo says, you make me want to believe in hell. How much do they pay you? Who? Who? The puppy reincarnates itself. What is happening right now? This is absolutely not what this life is about. It's just a bunch of music. Your thoughts. How happy are you at night? Pretty happy that your mom's there. You guys are getting paid? Why do they make Paul subservient to the disciples? I forgot. Because the proto-Catholics, they decided to link themselves to the disciples. They tried to say that they got their authority from people who actually knew Jesus. Hey, there's Polenta. Processed meat makes you hate Jesus? Foot fan. Yeah. Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Drop a Zen and lock in, Christians. Where you at? That's gross, actually. It's actually pretty gross. Big Schmello, what you got?
Sup, Jaren? I had a discussion with a Christian, and he brought up like, yeah, and he brought up how do we even know then who the first pope was when Peter and the other disciples didn't exist? Like, I just said like the normal things like, yeah, we don't even know if there was like the first pope. Or in your opinion, what would you say? Like in my situation.
So the question is, how would we know who the first pope is if Peter didn't exist?
Yeah.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, that was my point. I basically said like the only reason why you think you know it is because he's kind of mentioned in 2 Timothy, if I'm correct. And not even like the scholars think the 2 Timothy is like authentic.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's pretty silly that people think that Peter was the first pope. I mean, that's just the story. That's the tradition.
Yeah,
but it doesn't really go anywhere.
But church history says like there was a pope after him, and he was like hell bent on like saying like, yeah, Linus was like Linus existed, of course, but the only thing
we don't
I
have
can
any
see...
evidence of Linus. Like, it's just dumb.
That was basically my point. So the funny thing is, after the discussion, I found like another kind of guy who didn't believe that Jesus existed, but he basically believed. Yeah, like he basically believed. He basically believed in the Flavian conspiracy. Yeah. And I tried to pull him a little bit out, and he didn't know about Marcion. That's the crazy part. Like he hasn't researched anything about Marcion. Yeah, like, and he now like is really interested in the theory, but I was reading like a bunch of stuff about like the Marcion priority and stuff, and I just can't wrap my mind around like every researcher I say says like, yeah, maybe Mark was like in the 140s, like
Okay.
before 44, and that confuses me really much.
Yeah, well, I mean, people tend to forget, or people tend to look at Marcion and just think that he is somebody who is taking from Christianity, or taking from like the Gospels, because that's what Christian tradition is. But it's later Christians who don't like Marcion that are saying this kind of stuff, and we can tell that that's different. And I think that people can get kind of hung up on what Christians have said for a long time. In fact, one thing that you'll notice is that throughout the last couple years or 2.5 years that I've been going live, I've been saying that Marcion publishes a gospel or publishes Evangeline in 144. I will stop short of saying that he wrote it. But realistically, the only reason, and Matthew and I, like I said, we earlier, we've been talking about this over the last few days. This has been our big weekend topic, basically. It's been that the only real reason that we think that Marcion didn't write Evangeline is because that's kind of just what the later church fathers said, that he published it, but he was stealing from Luke, so they wouldn't say that he wrote it. But we know he didn't steal from Luke, so maybe he wrote it. And so it brings that question back up into light. So we had been kind of just going off of what we had been impacted. We had been influenced by what the church said to some extent. And now we're calling into question all of it. I mean, I think some people will, like we were able to say Marcion publishes the first gospel, but we weren't bringing in ourselves to say that he wrote it, even though we're just kind of going off what the church says for that part. Some people will say Mark was written in 140, but they won't say that it's written after Marcion because they can't bring themselves to say it because of what the church says. it's tough. We're finding, and Matthew and I are finding things all the time that even we are guilty of holding on to simply because the church said it.
Yeah, like one of the sources I was looking at was like Matthias Klinghardt and his theory.
Yeah.
And it's pretty interesting because, like, if I understand everything he's saying, like, he can't really give me the date, but he says like, it depends. Like, it would be nice if I had like some kind of date that could point like this was when Mark was written in kind of like. Like, what would your dating of Mark be? Like,
I would
know
say
that
it's
you
about
think
145, somewhere in there.
145. Okay. Amazing. And last time I was up here, I mentioned
one more question here because I want to get to some people who are like arguing against it. But one more question. Go ahead. Go ahead. Big Schmello.
Sorry. Yeah, and last time I was up here, I mentioned that Jason Bedouf was a proponent of key
Bedoun,
theory.
yeah.
And yeah, I read a little bit more on it, and I rewatched the live stream. I got like the first impression on that he actually believed in the thing. Nothing that he says is against the Q. Like he says, you need to be cautious about so say like everything in Marcion is not like is Marcion original. Like, am I fucking crazy or like? Like he believes that Jesus existed.
Yeah, Bedoun does. Yeah, I would imagine that he does, or he at least takes that position publicly.
Yeah, but literally last time I was like so embarrassed that I thought like maybe I'm fucking crazy. That why is he saying that? And like,
no, I think a lot of it is people are focused. People are focused on like certain aspects of study of scholarship. So Bedoun's focused on like Marcionite canon and everything like that, and like putting it together. He's not focused on the historicity of Jesus per se. So he's still going to take that like just generic scholarly stance there, but he's still going to talk about the other things. Yeah. But yeah, that would be why sometimes he says things that line up with us. Sometimes he doesn't, because he's only looking at parts of what we look at, or parts.
Okay,
he's only
thank
concerned
you.
with some things that we're concerned with. Yeah.
Have a nice day then. Bye.
Yeah, not a problem. Thank you very much. That's Big Schmello. Big Schmello. Oh shit. Oh damn it. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. No, I accidentally removed you there. Jay Savage, if you can request back up. I accidentally removed you. Nope. I was trying to remove Big Schmello, and I accidentally removed the other guy. There he goes.
Hello.
There he goes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, Jay Savage, I think you were up here first. What you got there, man?
All right. So, my main thing is just okay. So, what makes you personally believe, like your opinion, to why? I mean, I understand that you're saying that there's no evidence because of pictures due to all of this. Like, I mean, I understand that it makes a lot of sense, but what makes you personally feel that nothing that was written from the Bible or anything is legit? I mean, I'm not saying all of it is, but what makes you think that not even a little part of it is somewhat truthful?
So my concern with the Bible is not because of pictures or anything like that. I mean, obviously we didn't have pictures back then. It's the fact that we don't have any contemporaries of Jesus who talk about him or anything like that. We don't have anybody from the first century that even talks about him. We do have some interpolations into like some early ancient historians, because some Christians saw that it was beneficial to write Jesus into these texts to make it look like he actually existed. But we can tell that they're not authentic to the historians, so it just kind of goes away. Now, the other part to this is that it's not just a lack of evidence, it's actual evidence against him, because the Gospels themselves, they contradict each other. They tell a story, even some of the natural story contradicts other parts of the New Testament. So it doesn't line up. And sometimes it even contradicts what we know about history and geography of the time. So in some cases, it's physically impossible for the Jesus of the New Testament to exist. That's the problem.
I mean, it's complete. I mean, it's understandable for kind of for what you're saying, but So this is one thing that kind of, when it came to me me trying to talk to like priests or other people that were with the church, they always, why is it that you think that these people always end up, I mean, it all goes down to belief, but once they cannot prove of like a source, or if you try to tell them something and they kind of know that they're wrong, they're always gonna go straight to belief. Well, you gotta have to believe. It's all about belief.
Well, that's
That's
because faith is the excuse that people give when they don't have a good reason to believe something. And so if you get somebody in a corner and they can't actually explain it, they just go, I just believe it because it makes me feel good, and they just call it faith. But faith is not a pathway to truth. Faith is something that you, again, it's an excuse you give when you don't have a good reason to believe something. Otherwise, it would be trust. Trust is based on knowledge, evidence, support, know-how, evidence, or experience. I mean, that's what trust is. Faith is the lack of all those things, but you still believe it anyways. That's all that it is.
okay.
So
One last
people
question.
pulled that, or they flock to that. Go
One
ahead.
last question. Okay, I wouldn't say not necessarily in any specific religions, not Mormon, Jesus, Catholic, Buddha, not any of that. Would you say that you believe in somewhat that there is a higher power? I'm not saying Jesus, I'm not saying no
Right,
specific
I
name, but
understand.
would
I
you say if
understand.
there's a higher power?
It's just irrelevant to the question, or irrelevant to the topic. I mean, I recognize it's a sincere question. It's just not relevant to the topic here.
All right.
Because we're talking about whether or not two people existed in history, and I mean, I believe you to be sincere. What I will say, if you're that interested, if you check out the ebook about Christ before Jesus, the link is in my bio. The ebook is just $3. On page 3, I tell you what my religion is. So I mean, you can do that if you want. You can. I mean, just a little bit of a shameless plug there. You can go and check it out. But yeah, on page 3 of the book, I say what my religion is.
All right. And all right. That's pretty much it that I
Yeah,
have
no
to really
problem.
ask.
Yeah, no problem. If you have any other questions, just come back up, man. Thanks for coming up.
Cool. Thank you.
That was J Savage 9 Deuce, I guess. And then £2 there from Neptune Cult says, "Don't check Discord, you'll queef." So first of all, I did check Discord, and there's no gold medai. Awesome.
What happened?
Awesome. Ja, no gold medai. Beklager. Interessant. All right. James Stahl. What you got?
Oh, I was just listening to you regarding the Gospels a little bit. I come from an Aramaic and Jewish background, so I basically have a different stance on the originality of the New Testament. That it was
You said you came
passed
from an
down.
Aramaic background?
Well, basically, um, I'm part Jewish, so we study things in Aramaic, like the Talmud, which also talks about Jesus, and the
So
New
a
Testament.
background
Because
in Aramaic.
yeah,
Like
I'm
studying the
I
language.
studied Semitic languages. Yeah,
Okay.
I've studied Semitic languages in college and things like that, and we use something called the Peshitta, which is
Okay.
the Aramaic version of the New Testament, which also was passed down from the disciples to the
There's no
original
evidence
early
of that
church.
whatsoever.
Well, the early church fathers point to the fact that Paul wrote the original Gospels, Luke, and
Paul did?
the book of Acts in Aramaic, and that they were translated by
No,
Luke.
that's
So
not even.
that's why Luke.
No
That's why
church
Luke's
father
name is
says
on
that.
there.
That's not a thing.
Do you want me to quote?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm doing all this from my device, so let me know if it gets choppy. But Eusebius, the church father, he
Eusebius said what? That you said the Book of Acts, and you said something like the Gospels, the Book of Acts, and you said something about Paul in there was originally in Aramaic. By the way, I can't hear you whenever you're off the app. You got to come back in here whenever you got your information.
All right. Well, I'll have to figure out. I'm doing it all on my device. So basically,
Right.
Eusebius,
Yeah.
he explains how Matthew wrote it in Aramaic. It was passed down to the church fathers. The whole
Sweet.
Eastern
So
Orthodox.
that's Matthew. Anything else?
And also, he claims that Luke and Acts were written by Paul and then translated into Greek. Because if you read the book of Acts,
Where
Paul
does he
barely
say
speaks
that?
Greek. He says it in.
Why would he speak anything else if he's from Tarsus? Why would he
Paul?
not speak Greek?
Well, Paul was a Roman citizen, and that whole
And
area
from
was
Tarsus?
conquered by.
So then why would he
Paul wa-
speak anything other than Greek?
Well, the whole region spoke Aramaic. Jesus is quoted in
Tarsus?
speaking Aramaic. They all spoke Aramaic. That's
Where do you think
what first
Tarsus
century
was?
Palestine spoke.
That's not
First century.
Tarsus is not in Palestine.
Well, we're talking about the center of the Jewish world. They
Tarsus
speak
is
Aramaic.
not in the Jewish world. Where do you think Tarsus was? I'm going to pull up a map here for you.
Well, most Jews anyway in that whole region, they don't
What do
speak.
you mean region? What are you talking about? Like what do you
the Middle East.
This Tarsus isn't really the Middle East. Not really. I mean, it's like
Well, I'm
it's
just
in
even
Sicilia or
if
Cilicia.
you're to read also from
It's not even in Syria.
Josephus also claims that they didn't often speak
Okay, so
Latin
listen,
or
dude,
Greek.
listen,
They
dude.
spoke
You're saying
Hebrew
okay,
and Aramaic.
cool. Well, not in Tarsus. So again, the problem is the fact you're saying that you've studied in Aramaic and stuff like that. You clearly were just
But
bullshitting us because
Syria,
no.
Syria that's where Syriac comes from.
Cool,
Syriac
but it's still
Aramaic
not
is the
Syria.
language.
You're still not the right place.
I don't have them. Can
All
you
right.
show me where Tarsus
So
is? Where
yes,
is it?
dude. Okay, so you've studied this, but you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. All right, so Judea is
So we
here.
ad
All right,
hominems?
no, it's not an ad hominem. That's a fact. You do not know what you're talking about. Like that's not
Let's see
an
Tarsus.
attack against you. It's just a fact. It is a known
Okay, fair
fact
enough.
that you don't
Fair
know what
enough.
you're talking about. Because Judea, which is, I guess, sort of kind of what you're calling Palestine, maybe, does not include Tarsus. Tarsus is up here. Galilee, which is right here, does not include Tarsus. Tarsus is up here. All of Syria does not include Tarsus. Tarsus is over here. It is part of Asia Minor, this entire region up here. It is no way, shape, or form a place where they would have been speaking Aramaic and not
But
Greek.
do you concede that Paul was a Pharisee?
I don't think he existed, dude. But even according to the story itself, he doesn't have to speak Aramaic and not Greek. So, nevertheless,
Well, just
what we
according
have
Jewish-
for the Pauline epistles, is Greek. I don't think Eusebius ever says what you think he claimed, or you're claiming that he said. I don't think Eusebius ever said that Paul wrote in Aramaic first. I have yet to hear.
Do you concede that we have church fathers and massive histories of the church and even
I don't
the
know
early
what you're
church
talking
from
about
them?
that has anything to do with what you tried to say earlier. You tried to say
I
that they
just
were writing in
quoted
Aramaic first, and you tried to say the Gospels. You mentioned Paul for some weird reason, and you mentioned Acts. Literally, only one Gospel is said to have been written in another language prior, and we still know that that's incorrect, and it's Matthew. So
Well,
no,
even
Luke is
just
not in Aramaic
internally,
first. Acts is not in Aramaic first. Mark wouldn't even make sense to be in Aramaic first because the tradition within Christianity is that Mark was an interpreter of Peter. So at best, it would be in Greek first because he was translating from the Aramaic, and that's if
Exactly.
Papias, who is what you're talking about, with the quote there from Eusebius, he's trying to say that Papias said these things. So no, dude, like no.
well, you
Literally
just
everything that
concede.
you've said has been BS. And
You just agreed with me though.
I did not. I haven't agreed with you at all.
That Peter needed an interpreter from
No,
Aramaic.
no. According to
And that's
Christian
why Mark
tradition,
was
which
his
is
interpreter.
Papias, no, Mark was not an
And
interpreter of Peter.
I'm quoting
We can
from
tell that Peter
Ecclesiastical
shows up
History,
later.
Book 5.
No, he does not say that Paul wrote in Aramaic first. He doesn't say that.
They all spoke it, and Jesus is quoted in it.
There's no quote from
Even
Paul
internal,
in Aramaic.
even
Show me the
no
quote.
Jesus.
Sweet.
Okay.
Well, he reads from the Septuagint whenever he goes to the synagogue. Every once in a while, he might say something in Aramaic, but guess what? Paul and Jesus aren't even supposedly from the same region, let alone the same fucking city.
They weren't using the Septuagint.
Yes,
they were
they
using
were.
the Targums. They were using Jewish Targums.
No,
when
they were
quoted
using the
Old Testament.
Septuagint whenever Jesus goes to the synagogue in Nazareth. He quotes explicitly from the Septuagint because it has terms in there that wouldn't be found within the Hebrew version. So, man,
But
it is
all of
very
this is-
obvious to me that you haven't researched this at all, but yet you came up here and said that you were from an Aramaic background, which doesn't even really make any sense.
But even internally, the New Testament, it only makes sense in an original Aramaic. There's
No,
too
it
many,
doesn't. There's not
there's too many
original
mistakes in
Aramaic.
Greek.
No.
There's
No.
too
In
many
fact,
mistakes in Greek.
there's words in there that they don't even have an Aramaic counterpart. Like when it says
And you're asking-
Jesus when he talks about like give us this day our daily bread, the word that gets translated as daily is only found once ever, and that's in the Bible there. It's literally never found in any other text ever, and it doesn't have a Hebrew or Aramaic counterpart. So that's wrong.
But all of
Philip
their
and
names and
Andrew are both
locations-
Greek names that don't have Hebrew or Aramaic counterparts. And the times that
You
Jesus
seem to
does
be
speak
squirming
Aramaic,
quite a bit.
yeah. And the time that Jesus does speak Aramaic, which is only really on the cross, really, the people who are around him who know what he's saying or know what he's talking about, like, or can understand what he's saying. It says, oh, hey, he's calling for Elijah. But that doesn't really make a lot of sense because the only people who would know who Elijah was would be the people who can speak Aramaic. So, no,
But
it is
even in
pretty
the book of
obvious that he
Acts-
does not speak
in the
Aramaic.
book of Acts, whether you believe it or not, as history, Paul is quoted as speaking Hebrew to the Hebrews, and they all become quiet. And then the Roman guard says, "You can speak Greek?" And he says, "Yeah, I'm a Roman citizen from Tarsus." I don't think he says Tarsus at that point, but he says, "I'm a Roman citizen, so may I talk to these people in Hebrew?" And it specifically uses. I'm not saying that the Greek versions are complete trash, but
Sweet. We
it
don't
says-
have
it
any
says-
Hebrew versions of these texts, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You
Yes,
are
we
trying
have
to
it in
appeal to an.
Aramaic.
No, we
We
don't.
have it in Aramaic because
There's
yes,
no
they do.
there's
What do you
no
think the
version of
Peshitta
Acts in
is?
Aramaic. No.
What do you think the
When do you
Peshitta
think that
is?
shows up? When do you think that shows up?
The Peshitta was passed down to
No.
the early
Give me
church, which
evidence
was
of it.
based in Iraq.
Give me evidence.
They were based in.
Give me evidence.
They literally have the original documents.
So, no, they don't. That doesn't even make any fucking sense.
They have the original New Testament. The early Orthodox Church has the original New Testaments, and it was
No.
passed down
No.
by
Where?
Paul. They even
Where?
say they
Where
even
is
know.
where is it held? Where is it held?
It's held in what's the name of the place? It was under attack in the recent war in Syria and those areas. It's give me one moment to pull up the name of the city.
All right. So, just taking a
But
look
that's- I
specifically
mean,
at the Book of
it
Acts.
was-
The Book of Acts is in Aramaic, is part of the Peshitta. Says the earliest surviving manuscripts date back to the 5th century. Congratulations, you're an idiot. Do you have anything else?
So we're doing ad hominems again.
Correct, because you are an idiot and also you are wrong. Like those are two different
there's
things.
no
You can be
original
wrong
Greek, by
and
the
an
way.
idiot, and you are both of those things.
Right, it's your show. You can
Now,
say
you're
what you
not
want,
wrong
that's fine, I
because you're an
respect that.
idiot. You're wrong and you're an idiot. Those are two different things. And also, I'm not saying you're wrong because you're an idiot. That would be what an ad hominem is.
So you're just
All
trying
right,
to
no,
clown
no.
on me.
Listen.
The whole
listen,
thing is
listen.
your premise is based on
James, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about, and this is separate from being an idiot. You are an idiot, and that's true, and that's just over to the side. But you're also wrong. You're demonstrably wrong. We do not have any original versions of the New Testament in any language, and we don't have anything in Aramaic for the New Testament until the 5th century. This is not a real thing. Literally only one thing that you've even possibly come close to sniffing is even remotely true, and this is that Eusebius claims Matthew was written in Aramaic first, but he's only really quoting somebody else who we don't have anything from, which is Papias, and he's in the middle of the 2nd century, and also he's wrong because Matthew absolutely pulls from another Greek gospel known as Mark. And it wouldn't make a lot of sense that he would pull word from a Greek gospel if he was originally in Aramaic and it was being translated into Greek. So there's a lot of reasons as to why what you're saying is complete and total bullshit. Do you have anything else before we move on? Because, I mean, it's obvious you've never actually looked into this. Like, you may have looked into it like a little bit.
In the same book, Ecclesiastical History, book 5, it explains where Hebrews comes from, Acts, and Luke. And it's not saying just Matthew was Aramaic.
It says that Hebrews was originally in Aramaic?
Yes.
Where does it say that?
In book 5 of Ecclesiastical History.
Okay. Where? No, Eusebius never stated the book of Acts was originally written in Aramaic. Instead, ancient church traditions recorded by Eusebius in ecclesiastical history refer specifically to the Gospel of Matthew, not Acts, stating that Matthew was originally collected the sayings of Jesus in Hebrew or Aramaic before it was translated into Greek. Man,
Are you able to hear my? Are you able to hear me
can't even read
reading?
the book that you have in front of you.
Are you able to hear me reading the quote?
No, I can't. Whenever you're off the app, I can't hear you.
All right. So I'll just paraphrase what I just read. He says the book of Hebrews is attributed to Paul, and also the book of Acts was carefully translated for the Greeks by Luke, and that is book 5 of Ecclesiastical History. So, I'm not just pulling these things out of thin air.
No
It's
equivalent
also internally,
early church tradition or statement exists in Eusebius' surviving writings claiming an Aramaic original for the book of Acts, which scholars universally recognize as having been composed directly and encoding Greek by Luke.
Hebrew. He's saying it's in Hebrew, not Aramaic. They use Hebrew and Aramaic interchangeable because they're a sister language. So it's Hebrew.
All right. No, Eusebius did not say that the book of Acts was originally written in Hebrew. Eusebius cited Clement of Alexandria stating that Paul wrote Hebrews in Hebrew and that Luke translated it carefully for Greek speakers. Clement Eusebius noted that this translation work by Luke shares a similar style and color with the book of Acts. He does not say that it was originally written in Hebrew. What he's saying is that somebody else said that Hebrews was written by Paul, but it's pretty clear that Hebrews is not written by Paul. Even Origen says that he thinks it was just a fan of Paul that wrote that. It's not actually written by Paul. It never even claims to be from Paul.
I'm trying to paste stuff a little bit in the comments. Will that work for you?
Dude, it's pretty obvious that this isn't getting anywhere closer to a Jesus or Paul existing, which is really the ultimate goal of the live. But nevertheless, no, man. In no way, shape, or form do we have any evidence that any of the New Testament was originally written in Hebrew or Aramaic, save maybe pieces of or the bulk of the material maybe from Revelation. But other than that, no, we do not have any Gospels or anything like that were originally written in Aramaic or Hebrew.
I concede that we don't have the original paper on all of the Gospels as far as I know. When I meant the original New Testament, we have a complete New Testament in Aramaic called the Peshitta, and we have the Old Testament as well.
Yeah.
According to your AI, but it's like at the same time.
When do you show me any evidence that it was around prior to the 5th century?
How would it be passed down? But how would it be passed down to the Orthodox
Church? It's not,
Church,
dude. It's not. It's passed down. It's just bullshit. I don't know how to tell you that churches lie, man. Like they suddenly get information and they say that this is something that's been around for a really long time because that makes ignorant people and people who get duped Just believe it. It's pretty obvious that people can believe this stuff, which is why you've said a whole bunch of demonstrably false things and had to even correct yourself sometimes or pivot or try to get, out of the corner because you have been duped. You've been duped by a lot of things that have been said. You yourself, even if you hadn't been duped, you were somebody who is up here talking to 291 people on TikTok, 343 people on YouTube, so you could possibly even dupe someone else who is listening and wants this to be something that's true. All it takes is for someone to bullshit and another person to want to believe that bullshit. It is that simple. It is that simple. And they just believe it. That's how it goes. That is literally all it takes for bullshit to spread. And then all of a sudden you have enough people that have bought into it that claim that there's always been an Aramaic version. That is incorrect. It is demonstrably false.
But even internally, the Greek doesn't even stand close to the Aramaic.
There
It doesn't
isn't
even
an
stand
Aramaic
close.
version first. I don't know how to tell you this, but what you're saying doesn't,
you-
it's just
you
some
can-
weird opinion. It doesn't even make any
No,
sense.
if you just look at simple mistakes that are in the Greek, it's ridiculous. They have all kinds of it has all kinds of mistakes.
There
because
is
it's an
no
obvious
Aramaic version
translation.
of some of the words that are used, which means that what you're saying is stupid. It's just
No,
some kind
it's
of
not
weird
stupid.
opinion.
It's-
There's no
it's not an
Aramaic
opinion.
version of the word daily that gets translated into daily for daily bread.
You're
That's
using,
just a Greek
but you're
word.
u- But where do you think that prayer comes from? It's an Aramaic prayer.
It is
Everyone knows
not.
that.
You can't give any evidence of it being an Aramaic prayer.
Yeah, there's different prayer books that the Jewish people use. That's one of
Please
that prayer is
provide
very
one
similar.
prayer book that has that prayer in it prior to the 5th century in Aramaic.
I honestly, I don't. You got me. I
that's
don't
the
have
thing.
that
Yeah,
in front of me.
see,
I don't,
you're
'cause I don't have it.
continually pulling shit out of your ass. This is how people literally started falling for the stuff that you fell for. Is they
No,
pulled
but
it out
it's
of their
just
ass
the-
and you believed it because you're willing to pull it out of your ass.
Have you heard of the Peshitta? Have
Yes.
you heard of it? Are you,
yes.
So have you?
The
studied
reason
it?
I
Have
don't
you
give a
studied
shit about it is because I talk about things from the 1st and 2nd century, and you're up here talking about shit from the 5th. I don't care.
The Peshitta is in the original language of those people.
Cool.
They weren't all
There's
Greek.
no evidence that they spoke Aramaic, and also the Peshitta is just simply a translation of the Greek. You don't have any evidence to suggest otherwise.
The Peshitta is not a translation of
It
anything.
is.
It's
Do you
the
have?
original.
Do you
And Jewish
show
people,
me
we
the
don't
evidence?
even work.
Show me the evidence of the original.
Okay, so
give me
if you're
any. Give
to-
me any instance of any Aramaic versions prior to the 5th century.
any Aramaic versions.
Any
prior to the
Aramaic versions of anything from the New Testament. Give me any evidence that they existed prior to the 5th century. Yeah,
Even
exactly.
even if I don't have manuscripts in front of me,
You
which
don't have
can- you
anything.
can pull up
That-
manuscripts.
you literally don't have anything because it dates to the 5th
It's
century.
internal though.
No, it's not because the
obvious from
internal stuff has stuff
internalization of
that's
it.
Greek and doesn't
If you
have
look at
any
the
Aramaic
internal
version.
evidence.
There's no internal evidence
again?
that it was written in Hebrew or Aramaic first, because there are terms that are only found in Greek. I don't know how to tell
But
you
how
this.
do you
man.
even explain the names? How do you explain the name Jesus? It's
No,
obvious that
listen,
it comes from Yeshua.
no. Well, even if it did, who gives a shit? How do you explain the name Philip? That's not a Hebrew name. Andros is a Greek name. It doesn't have
But
the
it-
Hebrew variant.
But when it gives
How do
their
you explain
names,
it?
it gives both the
How do you
Aramaic.
no? Give me the
but it
Aramaic
gives both
version of
their names.
Andros.
It says his name
Give me
was
the
this, but
Aramaic
in
version of
Greek, he's
Andros.
called this. It does that
Give me the
multiple
Aramaic
times.
version
so they're
of
obviously
Andros.
using
Give it to me.
Say it again.
Give me the Aramaic version of Andros, or admit that it doesn't have one.
But it's like Paulos.
Okay, sweet. What we're going to do is I'm going to either block you or you're going to
have
answer
to
the
look-
question. Give me the Aramaic version of Andrew's name.
I don't have the verse in front of me.
Give me the Aramaic
So
version
you have to
of
block me?
Andrew's name.
You're that threatened by this argument?
No, it's a dumb argument, and I'm sick and tired of listening to it. Do you have any? Give me the Aramaic version of Philip or Andrew's name. You have two different options. Go look for it and bring it back. The New Testament was originally written in Greek. It was not written in Aramaic. You're just a dumb fuck who thinks that it was. You fell for it. And you're continuing to spread lies about this shit as well. You're literally part of the problem. Not only with people who are addicted to these dumb apologetics websites, but also you're literally part of the problem with what's wrong with the world today. You are literally trying to not only spread what you have heard, which is bullshit, but you're also creating more bullshit. And then you ended up running because you're a little bitch. You're blocked. All right. Let's see. $5 Canadian there from YouTube says, from Kill the Duality says, father in Hebrew is Aleph Bet. Okay. Alphabet.
Damn, they bumped me up.
All right. Jesus, the word was sentenced to death. Gospel is go spell. Witchcraft, word, magic, created, author, Jesus Christ. That's got to be wow. That has got to be a satire comment. I'm going to copy and paste this into TikTok. Look at this thing. This is the most ridiculous thing I think I've ever seen in my life. That's got to be a fake comment, like a troll. I don't know what's going on. Unc Mo, what you got?
Hey, how you doing, man? I'm just enjoying your show. I just had something to say to the Christians, believers. Does God only show himself to the very educated people? I mean, Jesus was very educated. Moses was very educated. And so was Paul. So everybody that ain't go to school, we ain't going to heaven or God not going to talk to us. I think Christians are just lazy. I read this one book. A guy said he was looking for a bike and he kept praying to God, but he never got a bike. So he stole a bike and asked for forgiveness. Is that how Christianity works?
Jesus Christ, dude. Well, that is life lessons from Unc Mo, everybody. It's actually pretty funny. All right, Frankie Madriver. Frankie, you there? Frankie?
Oh.
I don't know what's going on with Frankie there. Christian, what you got? Christian, you there? Christian? All right, sounds good. Frankie, you can unmute if you like.
So sorry.
There you go. There you go.
So sorry. I don't even know how I got on.
Oh.
Thank you. I love your stuff.
Oh, well, thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks for coming up. Hey, no worries. Well, that was Frankie, everybody. That was Frankie. All right. Let's see. Ellie in Paradise says, so why are there over 3 million churches in the world to praise God 3 million mosques? I don't even know what you're getting at, really. All right. If you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Surely that's not all of it. Come on. Surely somebody's got some evidence for Jesus or Paul. Don't make me hop off at 148. I at least want to go to 2 something. Come on, guys. Come on. There is some really... Why did you guys make a picture of Jason Badoon as a Pokemon Beaver? What was the motivation there? What was the point? What is happening? You guys are monsters. I didn't call him Jason Badoof. I didn't call him that. Somebody else called... The guests called him Jason Badoof. I corrected it to Jason Badoon, but he already had said Badoof. Oh, he's like a rodent kind of thing. Oh, it's oh. What the like? You know how like some of the Pokemon like they're fucking like dragons with like fire and shit coming out of their faces and their tails and stuff. What the hell is this supposed to be? It's just like a fucking rat thing. Like what is? He's gonna get absolutely toasted out there. Why is? Why? Badiz. All right, if you got any evidence for Jesus your ball, come on up. Let's see. Did I not do that one? Oh, okay, yeah. $5 from Yana says, I don't know the etymology of the word, but do you think the reason we don't find evidence for it in the 1st century is that they didn't call it queef? That word is a word that is absolutely made up. Surely it's got to be made up at earliest the 20th century. Yeah.
Put your mouth around it. Put your mouth around it.
What is that even from? It says that word entered modern slang in the early 1990s, likely as a sound-based imitation or variant of the older Scottish and Northern English word quiff, meaning a puff of wind. What? Major dictionaries like the Oxford English Dictionary first noted the noun and verb forms in 1991. It's in the dictionary? In some regional British and Scottish dialects, of course, it's the fucking British, quiff or quiffed historically meant a light gust or puff of air. Only thing that'd be worse is if it was the French. Yeah, and that just ruined 1991 for me. I wasn't alive then, so I don't really care too much. All right. Everlasting Godfather, Everlasting Godstopper. $2 said, is there an Aramaic variant for the word queef? I don't think so. I don't think so. Surely not. Pickle77 says, in 1991, I was in high school. Yana says, 91 was a great year. Kizek said, I went to Disney World in 1991. Randy Fitz says, I was 21 in 1991. Ah, damn. Damn, son, where'd you find this? All right, 1991 was the best year for music in all of history. I'll fight you over that. 91? Oh. No. '94 was better. 91 is my year 0. Burial. Suddenly I don't feel so old from Gray Eyes. I was in college from 91 to 94. Okay. Chris Rock said it best. It said, whatever music was playing around the time that you started getting laid, that's going to be the music that you like for the rest of your life. So apparently, who said that it was 91? Was it AJ Everyday? Yeah. Apparently AJ Everyday started getting laid in 91. Google what albums came out in 91. Metallica. Pearl Jam's 10. Nirvana's Nevermind. I would have said if A Tribe Called Quest came out, but I would have said it was 2004. I think it's 2004. Yeah, here we go. 2004's. All right, you've got Bad Religion's The Empire Strikes First. Let's see. Hot Fuss from The Killers. I think 2004 was also when American Idiot from Green Day came out. Most Def had an album. MF Doom had an album. Arcade Fire. I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Encore from Eminem came out. The Carter from Lil Wayne came out. 2004 was pretty good. Jaron got laid in 04. Nah. No, I didn't actually. You named one good band and that was Bad Religion. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Encore and American Idiot and Empire Strikes First and Hot Fuss. Sorry. I don't know if I could beat that. Also, I wasn't 16 in 2004. Where are you guys getting that idea? Wow. Okay. Had to translate that from the Greek and oh my god. $1.99 from Jackal of Wind 74. It basically just said vaginal discharge. Did it? It may have. Yes. Yeah. From Usher came out in 2004. I mean, come on. Come on. Like 2004 was like the year for all kinds of music. I guess they think you look 38. Oh, well. Thank you. I guess maybe. I don't know. I was 15 in 04, not that anyone asked, is what Richard said. Bad Religion 91? What came out in 91 from Bad Religion? What came out in 91? Oh. Generator? Nah. No. In 91? I was like, that's before Gray Race. Where's the discography? Okay. Nah. In my opinion, Bad Religion had some good songs, but didn't actually like finally get their shit going. Like their good sound until The Process of Belief. Basically, it wasn't until, is The Process of Belief, is that when Wackerman? Yes. The first album to have Wackerman on it is really when they got good. Wackerman is the best drummer they've ever had, by far. And I will die on that hill. Brooks Wackerman is incredible. Okay. All right. Let's see. Ash, if it's the fucking Welcome to the Black Parade. When did that song come out? Ah. No, that was 06. Okay. Yeah, it was a little later. All right. $5 there from Matthew Mulcaine says, yes, it is in Merriam-Webster slang, often vulgar, Oxford English, denoting coarse American slang, etc. I didn't know that. I didn't know it was in there. A fever you can't sweat out by Panic at the... I don't know. When did that album come out? Oh, no. 05 still had some pretty good ones. Early 05, you had From Under the Cork Tree as well. Yeah. From Under the Cork... Yeah, there's... Yeah. All right. If you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come out. Come out and play. I don't see any evidence for Jesus or Paul showing up just magically around here. Around these parts. I got some drums for you. That sounds ominous as fuck. And I don't know what that means. Wait, what? I'm married longer than you've been alive? Really? Valeria. Let's see. Huge tornado ripped through my area, trees down and power outages flooding everywhere. I hope you're safe. I was in a parking lot hunkering down as the tornado went through. Tornado ripped through. It was pretty bad. Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely been in that kind of situation. Let's see. Bad Religion, How Could Hell Be Any Worse is their best album. How do you mute somebody on YouTube? $5. Thank you very much, but still, also, no. I mean, it was good. I mean, that's not their first one, is it? Or is that their first or their second one? Or am I thinking of New Maps of Hell? New Maps of Hell is later. Yeah, it was their first album. Yeah. New Maps of Hell is later. Yeah, that's 2007. Their first album's in 82? No. You sound like somebody who would have liked their second album. All right. Pickle said, hubby and I headed to see family in San Antonio next month. Can't wait. Love it there. San Antonio is a nice place. If you ever visit Texas and you want like a touristy place, go to San Antonio. Doesn't make any sense to go somewhere else. Not really. If you want to live in Texas, you go to DFW. You want to visit Texas, you go to San Antonio. If you want to visit Texas and also you are from Seattle and you don't really like getting out much, but you're going on this vacation because you just are forcing yourself to get out there, go to Austin. It's basically Seattle. And then, but hot instead of rainy. Houston is where people move to Texas if they're from New York City and they want to continue living in a fucking hellhole. Also, El Paso is Mexico. All right. Hardy Har Fine. How's it going?
It's going good. How are you doing?
Doing good. What you got?
I actually had a follow-up question for something that I asked you like a while ago. It was regarding the Dionysus quote that Jesus uses. You know, it's hard to kick against the pricks. So I actually I was able to have that conversation, and I kind of did what you asked and said, like, can you walk me through that? Like, how does that connect? How does that make any sense that Jesus said that? And basically what the person said was...
Oh, you were having a conversation with somebody else.
Correct. Yeah. So I asked you, I said I had brought that quote up before, and they said, oh no, that still makes sense in my head. And so I was like, okay. And so I said, can you walk me through how Dionysus could have said something far before and then Jesus directly quotes him? How does that make any sense? And pretty much their response was, it would be like, it's a popular play, and it's like Jesus quoting a popular play. So it'd be like if I was to say, all the world is a stage, right? and I'm quoting Shakespeare, that doesn't make me any less real that I quoted Shakespeare, but I'm using a
Why would you
popular.
quote it though?
That's what I'm curious. What would you say to that?
I mean, why would Jesus go out of the way to say that?
Yeah, that was my next thing. I was just like, how does that make any sense? And then they're like, well, he's trying to give a line that fits, I
Why?
guess.
He's
I
trying to be
don't know.
like look at I've been to plays. like why? Like why is he trying to be like a snooty bitch there? Like what, just trying to show that he knows material? Like the fuck?
Okay.
Like
Yeah, so
like it's so random. I mean, just say what you need to say.
Yeah.
Like, why would he need to also throw in the line that's very clearly from Dionysus doing the exact same thing in his play?
Okay, so that was okay. That's what I forgot. It was the fact that they were doing the same
The
thing,
same thing.
right?
Yeah, Dionysus is talking to someone who is like his representative on Earth, or someone
Okay.
who's persecuting his representatives on Earth.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so it's just
that's
weird. It's just
so it's not just the fact that the quote is the same. It's the
yeah, it's
fact
the
that
same
the story
scenario.
itself.
Yeah.
Same scenario. Okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
it's like it's just weird.
A little bit too
It'd be
coincidental.
like it'd be like a family. It'd be like a story of a family or something like that, like going through this hard time where the husband and the wife, they don't agree, and God comes down and he's telling them, okay, you need to start working together and stuff, and then he says, a house divided against itself cannot stand. And it's like, why did you say that? Like, that's like, what was the point of that? Like, that's very clearly an Abraham Lincoln quote. Like, why
Right.
why
And
did you say that?
because another thing that I had said, I was talking about how when you read through it, it clearly doesn't read as divinely inspired. It reads man inspired because it's using like previous mythology, it's using
Yeah.
previous plays, and very few parts of it feel unique.
Yeah.
And they brought up another quote, and I wish I could remember. I'll get it for next time. But there was another quote that was unique. But I'm like, okay, but when we start adding up how many parts of this are an original story and how many parts are just copying plays, at what point do we stop saying he's just using a popular quote to get his point across, or the person who wrote it is directly just copying a story from something else?
I think like, and it would, God's point can get across just saying it. If you were talking to Jesus, if Jesus suddenly like knocked me down to the ground because he's so fucking wonderful, I guess, like I don't think that I would need a quote from a movie to make
get the point
to
across.
yeah. Well, why
Okay.
did you just fucking talk to me, man? Like, why do you?
You're Jesus. You're saying.
Yeah, like I'm witnessing right now. Like, why do I need to know
Like,
some
to get them
lines from an old play? Like,
understand, I guess, because somebody also said like, oh, talking about a mustard seed as like the smallest seed. God knows that that's not the smallest seed, but that's the only seed that they knew would be the smallest seed. So he's trying to make it make sense to them. So he's using like literature and things they know.
and hear me out, someone who wrote this, the smallest seed to them was a mustard seed.
Right. And like, to me, like, that makes sense, but then sometimes I don't know how to respond to. I'm like, okay, I mean, I can see that, or it's like, okay, this person is talking to you, they're trying to get you to understand what they're saying, so they're using maybe something that you do understand, where I'm like, well, I feel like Jesus could just make you understand without
Right.
needing a movie.
Yeah. I don't think that I would need to hear quotes. If Jesus showed up right here to me and stuff like that, and I don't think I'd be like, but can you quote Anchorman? Like, I don't think that I'd ask for that. I don't think that it's, and the line is such a, it's not a part that even, it doesn't do anything. Like he said, like, here's, let me pull it up here. So, the line doesn't actually like help really anything. Let's see. So when we take a look at it, Says, and he fell to the earth and heard a voice saying to him, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? And he said, who art thou, Lord? And the Lord said, I am Jesus, whom thou persecutest. This is all you need to say, my guy. Like, you don't need to say like, it is hard for thee to kick into the pricks. Like, why? Like, even if that is something that, like, applies because of an old play where the scenario played out, you don't have to. You've already answered the fucking question. Like, he says, who are you? I'm Jesus. You're done. You don't have to go on and say, oh, and also, look what I can do. Like, why?
Yeah.
Like, it's so unnecessary.
Yeah,
To the point to where I'm reading this in the King James Version, because in other versions, they just go ahead and just fucking remove that. Like, yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah, they just go ahead and remove it. It says, he fell to the ground and heard the voice saying to him, Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me? He asked, who are you, Lord? The reply came, I am Jesus, who are you persecuting? But get up and enter the city, and you will be told what to do. Yeah, they just skip over it. They skip over it.
When do they remove that? When do they remove that?
It's just in, like, more modern translations. They just like, no, we're just not gonna put that.
Is it because it was very obviously the quote, or was there another reason for that? Do you know?
I don't know. Truth be told, I don't know. Because usually it'll say, like, oh, there's another line here, like in NRSVU, like it'll put like a footnote or something, but it didn't put a footnote there. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, so it is part of the Textus Receptus. It is not, that line is actually not in the oldest codexes that we have, the oldest two, for Acts 9:5. It is in the Textus Receptus, which is really weird because it is, so in other words, that's a part that is added in later on to some extent, from what we can tell. So the King James Version, it includes that line in Acts 9:5 because it relied on the Textus Receptus, which incorporated readings from later manuscripts and Erasmus's Latin to Greek translations. So basically, they just kind of skip over it because it's not in the oldest manuscripts. But in other verses, they'll say, "Oh, hey, this isn't in the oldest manuscripts, but we'll put it in a footnote." They don't even attempt to address it in like the NRSVU, which is really weird. I think it might be because they recognize that it's something that's very out of place and doesn't make sense.
Okay. And it kind of makes it easier to track down where it came from because it's a quote. So
yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. That's all I got.
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks for coming up.
I appreciate it. Bye.
Let's see. Super chat over there. $2 from Jay Wizard said, I appreciate you, Jaren. Queef up the good work. Backhanded compliment if I've never heard it. Let's see. And then we've got $4.99 from Ken the Atheist. Says, who started this queef thing? It's fucking Dr. Ajem. Dr. Ajem found out that, oh, if I just send a super chat, then Jaren is forced to read this according to his own promise that he would read something. That's an actual, like, that's actually what Ajem sounds like. Dr. Ajem, she sounds like this. She sounds like someone... Sounds like someone from Texarkana. Possibly even Hope. All right. Anyways, yeah, it's Dr. Jim. And are those queefs logged onto the queef counter? Yes, they are. Absolutely, they are. It's terrible. Yeah. Ridiculous. So we're now up to 391 Q words. We're up to 391. The good thing is I'm about to hop off, so that's good. If anybody else has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and peace on out of this bitch. Peace on out. Middle Texas. Embodiment of Texas. I don't even know what this is saying. Sounds like Kent Hovind. What? Don't you put that evil on me. All right. Ace of Raids. I like that. Yeah. We'll go raid Ace. Unless who else is on? I heard that is Bree on? Let me check real fast. Who is the Bible guy on? Is the Bible guy? Is that the Bible guy? I think the Bible guy might be on. Is it the Bible guy or is it Christina the Godless that's on? Who's on? Or are they just on a panel? I don't know who's. Oh, Christina is live? All right. Cyber's coming up. Oh my God. Okay. The prototype $1.99 said queef, 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 queef. And then a Q. Ran out of space.
Well, so somebody brought up a potential evidence for at least the existence of Mary, and there's potential evidence of Jesus. They found a cathedral, the Cathedral of Perpetual Flatulence.
I need to stop bringing that guy up. This is what I need to do. I was about to search it too. Who's Josh? Dalton and Christina are on Josh's panel. Who's Josh? Do I know Josh? Do I know Josh? We know Josh, right? Is Josh cool? because I never knew you. Josh is chill. Okay, so we'll go raid Josh. That's what we'll do. We'll go raid Josh. I don't think I've ever done that before. We'll go into Josh. That giggity. Because Christina and the Bible guy are in there. Oh my God. All right, $5 from that real Riverside fool. Send us to Queef, coming back for more. To even the score. And to Queef. All right, so that's 2. There we go. We are now at 401. The 401. Isn't that a cleaning supply? I'm pretty sure it's spray or whatever. 401 Qs. Great. Awesome. All right. Thanks, guys. All right. Who is Josh? Does Josh have a does he have a specific username? Do you have a specific username? What's it? Oh, it's 409. That's 409. I thought it was 401. What does he have a specific username? Josh89. Is that what it is? Josh89. Is that what it's called? If that's what it's called, then I'll see you guys over there at Josh's live. I've got the thing here because I can see that Christina and the Bible guy, wherever Christina and the Bible guy are, just follow them. They're over there together. All right. I will see you guys later. Thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. Also, peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. And over there on YouTube, thank you very, very much for the super chats and everything like that. Thank you for becoming members. I saw that some people became members over the weekend. That is fucking awesome. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for becoming members over the weekend there. If you are a member, if you're a member of the highest tier, I think there's 2 tiers. There's $2.99 and there's $5.99 a month. Either one will get you access to the members only videos. And then if you're the highest tier, you also get access to any videos that are just like earlier on, like early access to any videos, any and all videos. Let's see. Also, you get, you know, little badge, everything that says, you know, 35-second gang or whatever. It's got the little star there. And then also you get the emotes. And we actually have a new emote because enough of you became members that YouTube is like, hey, here's another emote space or whatever. And we unlock another one when we hit 50 members. But thank you very, very much for becoming members. Thank you for your support. That really means a lot to us. We are working on getting this book out. We are pretty fucking close to this next book here. So thank you very, very much for your help. It is absolutely helping there with Matthew in ways that you guys don't even know. Matthew has been out of a job for quite some time. And so this is definitely a way to kind of help keep him alive, him and his family, but also help out with putting out the book and everything like that, as opposed to having to worry about other things there. So at least temporarily. So thank you very, very much, guys. And I will see you guys later. You've been you, and you have been Tube.